right there on the median. So I know it was hit. But
and you may not be able to tell, but when you first started talking to us, you said that it almost seemed like that the plane may have hit it just right on top of the pickup. You're still feeling that may have been the case, or did the wing hit it or something like that?
Yeah, no, I think, well, whatever, wing hit it, aircraft hit it, something smashed it out. The pickup ended up heading north, whereas the airplane also was heading north, but on the south side there. And so I don't know. I just think it hit that pickup. It may have even thrown that pickup all the way across the highway, the median, but I think it got it somehow coming in and hit it and skipped and went across against that sound barrier wall, on the side of the highway.
Just a violent collision. You just hate to see this, especially on such a wonderful Friday afternoon. It's, the weekend is here, and you think this is going to be, Super Bowl weekend. It's a big weekend for just about everyone, and then you have just a tragic event like this. Your heart just goes out to all these people who are involved.
Yep, that's it.
This is an important time for all of those support systems to come into place. People even just witnessing this, even if you're, farther back sitting in traffic and you witness this. When I was listening to you during our 3:30 hour, Major, it sounded like this plane might have fallen out of the sky relatively quickly. You said that you didn't see it flying low for a time or anything like that. It sounded like it was just in front of you and on top of that pickup truck.
That's the way I saw it. I mean, I was just looking ahead in the traffic and the highway, and all of a sudden, boom, there was this big explosion. And it was only about a quarter mile ahead of me, if that much, because I was able to get my phone out, get it started to video it, and as we passed it. So, yeah, it is very sad.
And hang with us just a moment, because we just got some new video that we've looked at. It's kind of looped a couple of times, but one of the things that's interesting is you're seeing all that dark char over there against the soundproof wall that they would build to try to hold the sound down. See all that right there? That's interesting. That maybe it had hit and skid, or perhaps touched that wall in some way.
And is that the pickup truck in the median there?
There is a white pickup truck.
Because you see the burned, the fuselage there, but it doesn't look like the pickup truck is touched by fire. It looks like it was thrown and is in the median. If we can. Yeah,
there is it looks like a white pickup truck right there in the middle, and it does look like perhaps the roof might be damaged on that. That could be the truck that Major has been telling us about, and that is, that's all the way over in the middle in the median. So so when it hit, or I don't know, I guess you didn't see the actual collision, but it looked like it had thrown it all the way across the highway.
Yeah, like it could have if it didn't hit on the northbound side of the highway and then bounce the airplane and then bounce across over onto against that wall. I couldn't tell, that.
Sure.
I didn't see I didn't see marks or debris in the highway or on the northbound side at all, other than that pickup truck.
Your eyewitness account and your video that you provided to us are significant, they're invaluable, and that bears reminding any viewers, anyone who might be listening and watching right here on Wink News to send in your footage. Let us know what you saw, if you encountered this or someone coming from that direction who did. We'd like to continue to get things into the newsroom. We have a team of producers that's working to verify different accounts and get some of those things on the air for us. And
just to keep in mind that for everybody, you're watching Wink News, and about 3:30, perhaps a little before that, we had this incident on I-75. This is near Pine Ridge Road, so in Collier County, and it's on the southbound side of Collier County, or of I-75, and you can see that there was a significant plane. Okay. Major, I think we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for all your information and your expertise and your experience. It has been valuable. We have another phone call that we want to get to, but thank you again so much for the use of your video and for giving us all the information about what happened there. We can't thank you enough.
All right. Thank you for covering. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Major. So right now we want to get to the director of the Naples airport. We know that this plane was headed from Ohio to Naples, so we want to get an update.
Can you hear us? We're trying to hook up with the director of the Naples airport. We're going to try to iron out that signal and have that for you in just a moment. Meantime, as we're looking at this video, you can just see that ball of fire. Some cars still going by very carefully, and you see all those charred marks up against that kind of soundproof wall right there by I-75. And there is going to be, after that, there was just a crush of emergency vehicles that headed that way. There were ambulances, there were firefighters coming from all directions, trying to do anything they can to put out this fire and then also work to try to save anybody that they could. And there in the median, you see that white pickup truck that may have also been involved, appeared to be damaged in some way or another, and you hate to see that as well. Perhaps it did get hit by that plane.
Yeah, and that response happened so quickly. We saw that helicopter where it had landed right next to the burned out plane, and it was really hard to make out what had crashed. Initially, we didn't know if it was a helicopter or a plane because you could see those aircraft right up against each other responding.
And what we believe is the plane is a Challenger 601, a Bombardier plane, Challenger 601, multiple jet engines on that plane, decent sized plane for a private plane. And we do not have any idea what caused this to go down. We don't know if it was having problems earlier. We're being told that we're getting perhaps another video that's going to come on your screen here shortly. Yeah, there it is. Just another one, another view there where you can see the fireball.
And you can also see people where, by accounts, they got out of their vehicles, tried to go and help. Some of them then were pushed back and had to run back away from the plane as it went up in flames. What we don't know is if they were able to pull anybody out of this. We don't know if they were able to pull anybody out of the pickup truck either. Things that we're trying to answer. Heartbreaking when you think about the worst. And you think about those people who are just sitting in traffic on the interstate trying to get home or get to their destinations, and this happens. A plane falls out of the sky and falls on top of a pickup truck.
So a Bombardier Challenger 601, if that is what it ends up being, that's kind of our preliminary information, has 6 windows on each side. So there's going to be at least 12 passengers plus then the pilot and perhaps a co-pilot as well. So it's a plane that can hold a lot of people. Now we don't know if there's anybody on it other than the pilot, but it is a plane that can hold a lot of passengers. But sometimes planes are just moved from one part of the country to another because someone may be chartering it or what have you. So we're going to wait to hold off on until we know more about those situations and those details, but we do know that's the size plane it is. It has 2 jets, twin engine jet airplane that's going to hold at least 12 passengers, and then we know that there's a white pickup truck that was also heavily damaged in this incident. The traffic is still almost at a standstill as well, so it's an area you're going to want to avoid. You don't want to go on I-75 at all anywhere near the Naples area, especially that down near Pine Ridge Road by Golden Gate and so forth. So it's going to be a problem for quite some time as the emergency crews continue to work this situation, and there's going to be obviously a tremendous investigation as well, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong here.
Yeah, we're still standing by, trying to get in touch with the executive director of the Naples Airport, Chris Rosansky, to find out a little bit more about the kind of plane, to find out, it's very popular at the Naples Airport. They get a lot of those, charter flights, and trying to see what company this might have been. What we do know is that the flight was going from Ohio to Naples. The next scheduled flight was supposed to be Naples to Fort Lauderdale.
We also got some information in from North Collier Fire Rescue. They say that road, I-75, is going to be closed for at least 24 hours. So if you have plans to go out of town this weekend, or if you're headed down to Marco Island from Fort Myers or Port Charlotte or wherever, just keep in mind this is a major incident that we're dealing with right now, and it's going to be closed at least for 24 hours. and probably at least one side of the road, that southbound side, is probably going to be closed. Our witness that we were talking to earlier, Major, was headed northbound. He said this all happened on the southbound side. But again, this is going to be a place you're going to want to stay away from, not just tonight, but tomorrow and perhaps the entire weekend. A major, major incident here.
Yeah, because after this, you know, the initial response obviously is first responders, but anytime this happens and it involves an aircraft, you know that you're going to have the FAA, you're going to have the NTSB, so you're going to have all of these other agencies that are going to be coming in to conduct a thorough investigation.
And the FAA is going to be the one leading it. NTSB will also be there as well. And just concentrate on that white truck right there, because our witness, Major, said that white pickup truck right there that you see at the end of this video was also involved in that. So we're going to have a lot of concern for whoever may have been inside that truck.
Okay, this is another view from our traffic cam where you can see things are still shut down, and I'm trying to see if we can see the white pickup truck from that viewpoint. Is that a burned area in the middle there?
Hard to tell with that camera angle. Hard to say.
Okay, we want to go now to Kurt Tremper. We believe may have witnessed this crash. Kurt, can you hear us? Amanda Hall and Russ McCaskey here with Wink News.
Kurt, can you hear us? Yeah. Hey Kurt, kind of tell us where are you, and where were you, and what did you see?
Yeah, I can't see the mile mark at the moment. We just we're about 5/10 of a mile past the Golden Gate Parkway exit, I believe. We were coming back down from Key West, making great time, and we just came to a standstill. We actually saw the detour on Waze, and I thought I knew better, and bypassed the detour and ended up in this. But we can see some smoke up ahead, and it's literally a standstill. Then I realized it is in all the lanes going north and southbound.
Yeah, there was a time that they were turning around some of the traffic on 75 and getting them, trying to get them out of there. But we're looking at a traffic camera, and we can see that it is a standstill. I don't know. I don't see cars going the other direction. Well, no, there are probably a couple of cars still going. So perhaps that is still something they're working to do, but just know it's going to be a slow go. We feel for you being caught in that traffic. You said you can still see a little bit of smoke. We're seeing a little bit of smoke also still coming from that scene. It's the white smoke that you're seeing, right? It's not a dark smoke at this time?
Yeah, correct. And I can't tell for certain, but it looks like it's on the more on the southbound lane. But I can't. Is it on the southbound?
Yeah, you're right. It is on the southbound lane.
Okay.
Yeah, and
it looks like they just opened up on the going south. There's a few cars moving past us now, so I don't know if they opened up a lane or not.
Well, we're seeing them turn around the traffic, so they're crossing the median,
okay.
and but it's literally one car at a time. So unfortunately, I think you're going to be stuck in that for a while. And just to let everybody know, again, they're saying that this road is going to be closed for at least 24 hours. That's per the FAA, because there's going to be a major investigation going on as well. So after today, it's still going to be closed tomorrow. It's going to be a place that you're going to want to stay away from for quite some time. So what's the attitude of people? Is everyone a little frustrated by the traffic situation, or are they just taking it all in stride? How are people reacting right now?
There's a few people that were getting out of their cars to see what's going on. There's a guy just walked past me walking down the highway, so I'm not sure if he just got out of his car and decides to walk to the next exit or what. But yeah, I could see what you're talking about. They're turning us around. It's about 800 feet ahead of me where they're making the turn. So everyone's a little frustrated, obviously, but what can you do? No one's doing anything that they would get arrested for.
Okay, that's good. Kurt, thank you so much, and be patient out there. We want to hear from you again. If you get closer, obviously, to the scene, hopefully you're able to be diverted and can be on your way sooner than that, but check back in with us if you get closer. But we just got some brand new information that it was, in fact, we've confirmed that it was a Challenger, and it had double engine failure. It lost both engines, and
So-
we have the air traffic control. We're going to be hearing that with you for the very first time. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Let's listen.
X-Ray 574, runway 23, turn right heading 270, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile final, Challenger jet.
Question 574. Okay, Challenger Hopperjet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Rovers, got the emergency, clear to land, runway 23, is that Hopperjet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
Okay,
Okay, I think that's it. So yeah, he had lost both of his engines. He was trying to make it to a runway and just couldn't. So he probably thought the next best thing might be to land on the highway. And unfortunately, we all can see what happened with that landing. It was one that it ended in a fireball and a collision. This is another shot, another eyewitness who was driving by the scene, and you can see at that point just how devastating that was to the plane. Yeah, this is Facebook, and we appreciate Joseph allowing us to use this video. Wow, just look at the plane. The fire is just engulfed in flames. When you hear that a lot, but in this instance, it really is. It's just all one big fireball.
I think we have some more new footage in too, if we want to go ahead and pull that up. And thank you to everyone who's sending in your videos. If you can take videos safely, please do. Please call in if you're at a point in traffic where you can call us and give us your account of what's going on. Please do. We appreciate that. It's helping us to piece together everything when we don't have a whole lot to go on. But now we've gotten confirmation about why this happened. Both engines failed. That pilot tried to find a place to land, said he wasn't going to make the runway, and that's where we are at this point.
Yeah, and there's a couple things you can point out in that video. You could see along that wall, that's like a sound barrier wall that runs along the highway. There is a significant amount of char on there. Perhaps the plane skid quite a distance before then the major fireball and before it came to a stop. And it looks like it was sitting kind of with the tail down. The pilot was probably trying to ease it down as best he could. And there was one shot in some of the earlier video that we had where literally the wing, you could see it fall off because it just succumbed to the heat from the flames and the fire as well. But yeah, when you're looking along this shot here, you can see some of the char along that wall, and that could be just from the explosion. Maybe it perhaps even hit that wall as well. And then you see that white pickup truck right there in the middle. One of our earlier eyewitnesses was telling us that he thinks that that pickup truck may have been hit by the plane as well. This is on I-75 right by Pine Ridge Road. If you're just joining us, and it's a road that's going to be shut down for some time, at least one day. And we can also tell you that they're turning around traffic to try to alleviate as they shut down the highway. They're trying to get rid of some of those cars that are on the highway so they can get those people to their destinations. And so it's going to be just a long haul if you know someone who is stuck in that traffic.
Yeah, we're still trying to get some better information too from the Naples airport. Curious to know at one point in this flight did things start to go badly? When did those problems start to pop up? What you're seeing here is the kind of plane. As Russ was explaining, this is a Challenger 604 and it seats 8 to 12 people. You can see the 6 windows there, so it can seat up to 12 people plus a pilot and co-pilot. We don't know passengers, how many were on board, if there were any, or if this was just a pilot bringing a plane back to the Naples airport. Still information that we're trying to find out.
And this is a fluid situation. Some of this is changing. Earlier we were told it was a Challenger 601. That was a 604 that you were looking at. Not a whole lot of difference between the two planes. You get an idea of the size of it. It is a really nice private airline or airplane, but it is not in any means a commercial airline or anything like that. But this is a major incident. This started about a little before 3:30, so it's about 1 hour from when this plane crashed on I-75, burst into a huge fireball, and at least one vehicle, we believe, was also involved in this. If there's not more than that, that's probably pretty fortunate because so many cars traveling on that. This is the FlightAware. This is the path that we think that the plane took. This is, you can see it kind of try to go to the north before it then goes south, curls around, and then that is unfortunately where the plane comes to a crash landing. So again, just taking a look at the flight path, it becomes a little erratic. Perhaps right there is where he was starting to have some problems, and then just started to look for a place where perhaps he could set the plane down. We heard the air traffic control tower audio not too long ago where he said that both plane engines had gone out. And let's go ahead and play that again, and we'll talk about how he was still relatively calm as this was happening.
X-Ray 574, runway 23, turn right heading 270, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile final, Challenger jet.
X-Ray 574. Okay, Challenger, Hoppajet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Rovers, got the emergency, clear to land, runway 23, is that Hoppajet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
Okay, so you could hear him, and one of the things that I picked up on this time, he said, we've lost both engines. Maybe he's just saying that as the plane, but perhaps there is another co-pilot on board as well. We do not know, but that was one of the things that I heard there. You feel for him in that situation because this is a large aircraft, twin jet engines, and lost both of them. It's still able to fly with one out, but to be able to lose both, that is just a horrific situation there.
You definitely feel for him because you know that pilots are trained to try to find the safest option. They are extensively trained in doing that. A highway would be one of them. Sadly, we know that a pickup truck was hit. Let's get to some more viewer videos from witnesses that were on the interstate. And okay, that looked like another car. That didn't look like a pickup truck. I'm watching this with you for the first time as well. So let's see.
That definitely looks like another car.
It looks like a sedan, right? Okay.
And if there's any way we could possibly slow that down just a little bit, because as it's going by, obviously it's very fast. But yeah, it looks like now we know that there could be a second vehicle also involved in this, because at this point we're not even seeing the plane in that. So we're going to continue to work to try to figure out a little bit more about what role this plays in all this. And perhaps maybe the plane was on up ahead on that. But anyway, okay, just getting back to what the situation looks like now. We're right about 1 hour after the plane crash. Looks like the fire is 100% out. I'm not seeing any smoke. You can see the tail of the plane still standing up high, but the rest of it is just going to be a shell of what's left. There are a lot of emergency vehicles. You see Highway Patrol, you see Naples Police, you see ambulances still there on the scene, fire trucks. Looks like a command post is also being set up there as well. There are emergency vehicles on both sides of 75. This happened on the southbound lanes, and both sides are shut down now. And as we've been telling you, the highway's going to be shut down for another day. The northbound lanes may open up tomorrow, but we know that definitely the southbound lanes will be closed, and perhaps both. So you're going to want to find another way around all that if you're going to be driving in that area for some reason this weekend.
Got some information from one of those viewer videos that we keep showing is from someone named Joe, and talked to one of our anchors about how hot it is just rolling by that scene. It's the very close video, there you go, of the fuselage, and said he could feel the heat in the vehicle going by there.
Yeah, just intense flames. And again, all that char on that wall, and perhaps there was, and what's interesting about it is the plane is then facing another direction from where you see the char. So it had hit and then spun around at some point and is facing the other direction from where you're seeing some of that char on the wall.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out too where that sedan might be and where the pickup truck is relative to the plane.
Yeah, we know the pickup truck is in the middle in the median, but as far as this car, it looks like that's right around some of the...
It looks like, is it the other side?
Hard to say, but if it got thrown to the other side or not, I don't know. That is, but there's some intense flames coming from that vehicle, that's for sure. So that's a lot of, that's a lot of what the FAA and what the NTSB are going to work to try to figure out is how this plane landed, what went wrong, what caused those engines to fail, and then how the crash then transpired. And of course, but right now the immediate need is to try to figure out if anybody else is injured, if there were some minor injuries, or anybody that can be treated on scene, if there's going to be any survivors. That's where the focus really has to go at this point.
And as we look at our traffic camera, you can still see the ambulances on scene, you can see the fire truck, and of course you can see several Florida Highway Patrol vehicles there. We can't tell from this vantage point, though, if they're working on anyone in those ambulances.
Okay, let's go to the FlightAware video again. We showed you this, but this is it coming out of Ohio. So this is, obviously the plane's not going this fast, but this just shows you the way, so we're also hearing that perhaps it's the Columbus area, and you can see it then start to turn. It was over the Gulf for a good amount of time, and then that's when it makes its descent into the Naples area. It was trying to get to an airport right around that area. Unfortunately, you could hear the pilot say, "We are not going to make it," that there was double engine failure. And then on the right side of your screen now, you're seeing a little more zoomed in version where it looks like it almost hooks a little bit north and then starts to go back down south, and then that's where the plane eventually came to a rest and where it all stopped. Unfortunately, just a tragic situation. When we have this crash, you can only hope the best for the people there who were around that area and people who were in the plane as well. But this is a significant crash, and there's a lot of debris, there's a lot of damage, and it's going to be interesting to see just where all the plane parts ended up as to where the plane initially started. We know that it looks like it did at least a 180 and turned the other direction by the time that it came to a stop.
Yeah, we hope that we get some good news out of this. We know that so many people stopped in their vehicles from Major's account, tried to get out and run over to the plane to help, get to anybody who was inside.
And we've seen some video also. We have one video from the air. I don't know if we can call that one up. There was a pilot who was flying over, and you can also see some of the smoke coming up there. So this is flying over I-75 shortly after the plane crash had happened. You see all that black smoke that's coming up. Just another view as to what was going on at that time. Just unbelievable scene that is transpired right before our eyes, and so very tragic on what is such a nice day here in Southwest Florida. You can see why people would be coming down to our area, particularly this time of year. Just gorgeous weather, gorgeous day, perfect day, if you're going to be up flying, but clearly something went wrong with that plane, and that led to this tragedy that we're seeing unfold right before our eyes.
Yeah, we know we have a lot of people who come from Ohio to our area. It's the largest alumni group outside of Columbus for The Ohio State University, so we know that we get a lot of people, a lot of snowbirds and part-time residents, and a lot of visitors here from Ohio.
So the situation now, the highway I-75 closed in both directions still. They're still working to clear some of the traffic. They're turning the traffic around, diverting it, getting them on the side roads and things like that so that people can work their way around. But this is going to be closed for a long time. You can see so many emergency vehicles there doing whatever they can at this point. Looks like there's a highway patrol vehicle right there that is just pulled up in the scene as well, repositioning, doing everything they can. But the fire is out. That's the good news. Now that the work begins to try to find out if there's anybody that they can help, anybody that they can pull out of whatever the wreckage is there.
Mm-hmm. We saw those helicopters that were by the crash site, but there was so much smoke and the flames were still going at that time that just relying on our videos and what we can zoom into, we couldn't tell if they were able to load anybody in and take anybody and med flight them. We just don't know that information. So it's a fluid situation, folks. We're giving you those updates as we get them in. And a lot of this at this point, we're relying on witness accounts because it's going to take a long time before we get information from the FAA and NTSB. But we know that it was double engine failure. We heard the air traffic control call from the pilot who was looking for the safest place to land.
Okay, we're trying to track down, we're getting some information who may own the plane. We're working to try to get confirmation on that. So we've got a lot of things going on behind the scenes.
Perhaps a charter plane company, and
perhaps
we're trying to get that.
Again, still a very fluid situation, and we're going to get information in, and some of this may change. Okay, we have an eyewitness that we're trying to get on the phone. Can you hear us?
I think it's sound on tape. I think this is from a phone
Okay.
interview with our Fox radio station. Let's listen.
Anybody joining us right now, there is a plane crash on I-75, a small, appears to be a private jet, like a Gulfstream, with many as 8, maybe 10 windows on the side, so you can begin to put together that it carries 10 to 20 passengers. This is a jet, not a prop plane. It went down into the northbound lanes of I-75 about 40 minutes ago, crashing into at least one vehicle, exploding upon impact. I-75 shut down in both directions. Avoid it at all costs, even if you are as far north as Bonita. Wes, if you could take me through again, at roughly 3:25 or so this afternoon, you are driving northbound on 75. Take it from there.
I look up in the sky and I see a plane that's very, very low. I mean, it's just crossing 75 north, and it's scraping the top of the trees. He's got his wheels down, and the nose of the plane is kind of pointed up a little bit. And I had mentioned to my dad sitting in the passenger seat that, hey, look, that plane is really, really low. And so it travels across the top of our car, and I'm looking in the rearview mirror, and I see it kind of crash right into that wall and just a burst of flames. I had thought it taken out quite a few cars, but I saw on the news, and there's not a whole lot of car damage there. So
yeah, and what you might be getting at, it could have hit those walls. Now, those walls, this goes back on me drawing from years ago of covering the construction, including the expansion of I-75. They put those walls up typically near communities, gated or not, as soundproof barriers because of the traffic on I-75. And in fact, that plane may have gone directly into that. And while debris and or the actual explosion of the gasoline coming out and more bursting into flames may have hit a vehicle, but it is possible, as you're illustrating here, that it actually hit more of the wall, causing that explosion versus vehicles. Wes, my next question to you is, could you hear anything? Could you hear the engine roaring, or did you in fact hear not much at all?
We could not hear any engine noise, which was surprising because of how close it was to the top of our car. We heard no engine noise. We saw the wheels. They were deployed. And like I said, the nose was kind of up, and it was just silent. We had no radio on or anything. It almost like it was coasting. Again, not for sure, but it sounded like there was no engine noise, and it hit directly in the middle of that wall.
All right. Wes, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this information.
All right, so that was an interview that was on Fox Radio, very insightful as well. That was scraping some of the trees, that it actually hit the wall. You could see the char on the wall. We've been talking about that now for some time. And then he said that he thought that it might have hit a car. We're working to get the Naples Airport Communications Director back on the phone. We hope to have her on here in just a moment. Because we think, where the plane was headed to. So we'll get more information on that just as it comes in.
Yeah, about 3:30 this afternoon. That's when it happened. And what we heard from Wes that was different than what we heard from Major was that he could see that plane flying low, hitting the tops of the trees, looking for a place to land. And he mentioned that he thought it hit multiple vehicles. And we are starting to get some other pictures that show vehicles other than the white pickup truck that was mentioned.
Right.
So that could be the case.
And remarkably, he said it went right over his vehicle.
Gosh.
And then
Can you imagine?
I can't imagine, especially with a plane that low. And then he said he could see it in his rearview mirror when it hit the wall and then went down. I know we're trying to get the director of the. Okay, the second vehicle that we were showing apparently does not have anything to do with the plane crash. Now the white pickup truck that we saw in the middle, we believe might have been damaged in this plane crash when the plane set down and hit the wall and then skidded across the part of I-75 and then burst into flames that you're seeing there. So this is a situation where you feel for everybody who's involved in this thing, the people who were nearby who saw it. If there others have, and you're watching this, please give us a call. We'd love to hear what it is that you saw and so forth. Because this is a situation where it's a sizable plane. There's at least 6 windows on each side, so around 12 passengers, perhaps a few more. The pilot, co-pilot, we don't know how many people were on board. Again, we're trying to get some information from the Naples airport as well to try to put some of that into perspective.
And we know that the emergency response is massive, and they're saying it will be at least 24 hours before things open up. So they're diverting traffic, but people are going to be stuck in this for a long, long time as we go towards the evening.
Yeah, Collier Sheriff posted on X that the highway's closed at 1:05 due to the aircraft crash. Northbound traffic will also be affected, and traffic on Golden Gate Parkway at I-75 exchange will be slow. They say to avoid that area to use caution. Certainly that's going to be something that you're going to want to do, but if at all possible, you just want to stay away from that area. Now, if you live down there, clearly you're going to have to maneuver around and take some back roads, perhaps get off an exit or two earlier to work on getting home for this evening.
We're still trying to get in touch with the Naples airport. We know that the plane was coming from Columbus, and it was going towards the Naples airport when that pilot radioed in that he had lost both engines and was not going to make the runway. And we have a producer working to confirm some better information, but it sounds like it's a HopaJet charter flight. We don't know, though, if there were passengers on board or if it was just being brought back here.
Yeah, and a lot of this information is just coming in. We're working on confirming all of this information to give you the most accurate picture as to what's happening. But these images that we have been seeing of the passengers who were driving by, the eyewitnesses, have really been able to help us kind of be our eyes, if you will, on what's happening out there. So you see the big fireball and you see the plane just engulfed in flames. That fire is now out. That's the good news. So they've made a lot of progress here in the last hour. The fire is out, but the highway is shut down and going to be shut down for at least 24 hours. But you can just see how intense that was. One of the eyewitnesses we talked to mentioned how hot it was just driving by it. So you had the fire, you had a couple of explosions that we could see from some of the video, and then extreme temperatures for even people who were driving by who were on the other side of the highway.
Yeah, and the site of this, I mean, think about when you're on US 41 and you're anywhere near Page Field and you see those planes going low on approach into Page Field, you know, how incredible that is, and to see a plane of that size overhead on I-75.
Right, yeah, and Wes, who was talking to the folks over at Fox Radio, was saying that it went right over his car, and then he could see it out of the rearview mirror when it hit the wall. Okay, we're getting some information that's confirmed that confirmed by the FAA that there were 5 people on board the plane. We do not have any information at this point as to whether there are survivors. But again, 5 people on board the plane. That's confirmed by the FAA. And then obviously we know, or we think we know, that there is at least one pickup truck that may have also been involved, and we do not know anything about how many people were in the pickup truck and if those folks are okay. One of the early witnesses said that there was substantial damage to that white pickup truck, and I think at the very end of this video is when you see the white pickup truck that has this right there in the median. It goes by pretty quick, actually stops, but right there is the pickup truck that appears to have a lot of damage, and that may have also been involved, may have been hit, or maybe just gotten an accident trying to avoid the jet that was landing on I-75.
Yeah, the official statement from the FAA right now, and it doesn't say much more than what you just said, Russ, but it says this information is preliminary and subject to change. A Bombardier Challenger 600 jet crashed on Highway I-75 near Naples, Florida, around 3:15 p.m. local time Friday, February 9th. 5 people were on board. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board will investigate. The NTSB will be in charge of the investigation and will provide any updates. They do give the aircraft registration number in that, N823KD.
All right, we're also getting some information that HopaJet is also trying to work to visit with families and try to determine exactly who was on that plane. So there's a lot of trying to piece together exactly what has transpired, and this is going to be looked at from every angle for quite some time, and that's why the highway is going to be closed for a long time. But what we know from eyewitnesses is that the plane was going very low, that it may have scraped some of those trees. And okay, here's another angle of it. This is then on the southbound side, someone who's going by. So this is even going to be a little bit closer than some of the other things that some of the other witnesses that we have seen. You can see fire in the grass over there. I saw leading up to the crash, and then there you see the flames right there on the right-hand side as this car goes by. You can see at least two different areas where there are flames. This guy looks like he's going to stop and get out and try to help people, perhaps. You saw an explosion right there. Oh gosh, you hate to see that. And then we can kind of see some of those from the distance. We don't know if that's like fuel, perhaps, that then had caught fire and then led to that explosion. But we saw several people in some of the video that were trying to run, looked like they were trying to help people over there, and then that explosion happened. You saw people back away. Hopefully, there was no one that was hurt in that. But that is a really up-close view of what happened as it was transpiring. Again, this was about an hour and a half ago, right at 3:15 is when we're hearing from the FAA that when this explosion and crash landing happened.
And you see those flames, you saw that explosion, you see it building. So we have some video where we can actually hear the sound of the explosion. Let's go ahead and pull the audio up of that.
And just looking at this, you can see the fire, you can see the wall that's scorched now. You can tell that perhaps it did hit that wall or scrape that wall, and then wow, that explosion was powerful. And you know, it doesn't appear that anybody that was working their way over to the plane had gotten injured in that explosion, but it's going to be one of those situations where you want to help people, but you also got to stay safe too. And just look at all that fire. It is really at that point was probably at the height of the intensity of the fire.
I mean, it's just terrible. It's terrible to see. But then when you hear the horns honking, you hear the people stopping and getting out, you hear the sound of that explosion. You know, it really just puts in perspective the horrific thing that happened today. Okay, we just got some information, sadly, folks, to report. This is from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. They're confirming that 2 people died. We don't know if that was in the pickup truck, in the vehicle, or if they're talking about people on the plane. But we know in all of this scene that there are at least 2 fatalities.
And we believe that the plane was coming in a different direction from where it ended up. From all the information that we've been able, okay, we have the director of the Naples Airport Communications Director on the line, Robin King. Robin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Obviously we've been covering this plane crash for some time. We believe the plane was headed to Naples. What all can you tell us about what happened and what was supposed to happen?
Well, what we can tell you is that the airplane, this is a private aircraft. It's a Bombardier Challenger 600, and it left the Ohio State University Executive Airport in Columbus, Ohio, roughly about 1 o'clock today. It was scheduled to land here in Naples at about 3:15, and on their approach to the airport, according to the air traffic controllers, they reported that both the engines had gone out. Now, we don't know exactly what that means. We just know that they radioed in and said both engines had gone out and we lost contact. We do know that there were 5 people on board. We know that 3 of them got out of the aircraft. And that's all we know about that situation.
Well, that is, it's very unfortunate that we're hearing that 2 people were confirmed dead, but 3 people got out is remarkable considering all the video that we're seeing. Do we know anything about people on the ground that were injured, or do you know anything about that? Have you heard?
We do not. We had both of our airport fire trucks out there, which are equipped with the foam-like substance that's used to control aircraft fuel fires. So we had both of those fire trucks out there. We do not have any reports from the emergency authorities regarding anybody on the ground that was involved.
Is there a possibility that there could have been a bird strike or something like that could have caused this? Do we have any idea about that?
We can't speculate on what happened.
Sure.
Is it unusual
so many things
to lose both engines like this?
Depending on, there's so many factors that go into something like this that, it really would not be worth it to speculate on anything that would have caused this.
Okay. Do you have information about the people who were on board? Was it a family? Were they visitors? Do you have any information at all, biographical information about those 5 people on board?
Yeah, typically with a private aircraft, we don't receive information. The manifest of the people who are on board. We don't receive that information.
Okay, but we know that there were 5 people, and it was coming from Ohio State Executive Airport. Supposed to land in Naples about 3:15, and that's right about the time that this crash happened. Do you have an exact time as to what time the crash happened?
It depends. I've seen a couple of different reports, but generally it looks like it happened between 3:12 and 3:15 because that's shortly after we lost contact and after the report came in that they had lost both engines.
Okay, we know the FAA and the NTSB will be conducting a thorough investigation, but can you talk to us a little bit about what that investigation will entail, what they'll be looking at? We know that they'll be going through the black boxes. Can you just give us some insight on what this process entails?
The process is incredibly detailed, and without going into every specific aspect of it, I can tell you that when they're telling us that 75 is going to be closed for 24 hours, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go further than that because it's going to be a while before that airplane can physically be removed.
And then when they do remove that airplane, where will they bring it to continue going through it?
Yeah, would that be a hangar at your place?
Yeah, we don't have that information yet.
Gotcha. It's all still very, very new, I understand. And so does this affect your airport at all? I know you guys sent some of your fire engines. Did you guys shut down at all during this?
No, we did not. We are still open and air traffic continues. We do have a notice for all of those traveling to and from Naples right now that fire suppression equipment is not available at the moment. So that's the only alert that we've put out.
Have you gotten a sense at all for people who are there getting ready to take flights out of the airport or from your pilots on staff of the mood and how everybody's feeling around there?
Well, anything like this generally affects the entire aviation community, but we've had people that are still doing the job.
Sure. Okay, is there anything that we have not asked that you feel that the public needs to know at this time?
I think we've shared as much information as we have available to us right now. There is additional information, of course, that will be forthcoming from the FAA as they proceed with the investigation, as well as any information that might come from the local first responder authorities that were on the scene.
All right, Robin King, thank you so much for your time and for the information. This is just a horrific afternoon. We're so sorry that we have to be talking to you under these circumstances, but thank you again for all the information.
Thank you.
All right, so again, that was Robin King with the director of Naples Airport, giving us some insight as to where this plane was coming from, and actually bringing some great news that there were 3 people that actually made it out of the plane. And when you see this video, that is really a remarkable feat. You feel for the 2 people who are now confirmed dead, but there are 3 survivors, and that is really something that is probably pretty surprising to all those folks who were driving by this crash so early on. They probably would have guessed that there might not be any, but at this point, 3 people were able to make it out, which is very, very fortunate.
Let's listen again to the air traffic control call.
Foxtrot 574, runway 23, turn right heading 270, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile, follow Challenger jet.
Foxtrot 574. Okay, Challenger, Hoppajet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Rovers, got the emergency, clear to land, runway 23, is that Hoppajet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
That's just so sad to hear that. We know 5 people were on board, 3 people made it out, and 2 unfortunately did not. And it's going to be a long time before we really get all the answers that we want out of this.
Yeah, and we can tell you southbound traffic closed at mile marker 111, so Immokalee Road. Northbound traffic closed at 105, which is Golden Gate Parkway. And that closure, again, expected, they say, for an extended period of time. We know it's going to be at least 24 hours, could be a little longer. They're going to have to do all the investigation there on the ground, and then they will eventually move that the fuselage, and they'll move whatever is left of the plane to a hangar where they can continue to do a more detailed investigation, because they're going to have to figure out what caused both those engines to go out. That is probably a very rare situation, but it did happen this afternoon, and we know it happened right around 3:12 to 3:15 this afternoon. So again, if you're, for you driving, if you're going to be in that area or head down that area, you're going to need to find alternate routes to get around at least for one more day, and perhaps even a little bit longer than that. And right now we can see that the fire is out. That's good news. There's still a lot of emergency vehicles there on scene, and the highway again is shut down 100% both ways, north and southbound.
If we can, let's go to the video that has the audio of the person who comes very close to the plane crash and gets out of their car. So producers in the back, if we can pull that up and listen to that again. Yeah, so you could see that person get out, perhaps to try to help, and then they were blown back when the fuel ignited that explosion.
And that had to be so incredibly hot as well. Again, just looking at some of this video, you see the char on that wall. That's usually a noise barrier to try to prevent the sound from the highway to go into neighborhoods or developments that are nearby. You see the char on it. One of the witnesses that we talked to said that it was flying low, as if almost scraping those trees, and then perhaps hit that wall, and that's why you see all that char. And then you see that the plane has done a 180 and ended in a direction that is opposite from how it was coming in to I-75. So that explosion, just you can just imagine the intensity of those flames from that, and just how hot that was.
Yeah, you're just on the interstate, and this plane comes crashing out of the sky. I've covered small plane crashes, unfortunately, in my time here in Southwest Florida, but never anything like that. I covered a Cessna crash that happened over White Sands Treatment Center just at Colonial and 41, if you're familiar with that. It happened going back almost 10 years ago, but nothing of that size. It's really hard to wrap your mind around, if you've ever seen anything like that, to then imagine something like that of that size.
And we have an interview that was on Fox Radio, and it's a guy who was driving along, and he says that the plane actually went right over his car. If we have that, let's go ahead and play that interview now.
For anybody joining us right now, there is a plane crash On I-75, a small, appears to be a private jet, like a Gulfstream, with many as 8, maybe 10 windows on the side, so you can begin to put together that it carries 10 to 20 passengers. This is a jet, not a prop plane. It went down into the northbound lanes of I-75 about 40 minutes ago, crashing into at least one vehicle, exploding upon impact. I-75 shut down in both directions. Avoid it at all costs, even if you are as far north as Bonita. Wes, if you could take me through again, at roughly 3:25 or so this afternoon, you are driving northbound on 75. Take it from there.
I look up in the sky and I see a plane that's very, very low. I mean, it's just crossing 75 north, and it's scraping the top of the trees. He's got his wheels down, and the nose of the plane is kind of pointed up a little bit. And I had mentioned to my dad sitting in the passenger seat that, hey, look, that plane is really, really low. And so it travels across the top of our car, and I'm looking in the rear view mirror, and I see it kind of crash right into that wall and just a burst of flames. I had thought it taken out quite a few cars, but I saw on the news, and there's not a whole lot of car damage there. So
yeah, and what you might be getting at, it could have hit those walls. Now, those walls, this goes back on me drawing from years ago of covering the construction, including the expansion of I-75. They put those walls up typically near communities, gated or not, as soundproof barriers because of the traffic on I-75. And in fact, that plane may have gone directly into that. And while debris and or the actual explosion of the gasoline coming out and more bursting into flames may have hit a vehicle, but it is possible, as you're illustrating here, that it actually hit more of the wall, causing that explosion versus vehicles. Wes, my next question to you is, could you hear anything? Could you hear the engine roaring, or did you in fact hear not much at all?
We could not hear any engine noise, which was surprising because of how close it was to the top of our car. We heard no engine noise. We saw the wheels. They were deployed. And like I said, the nose was kind of up, and it was just silent. We had no radio on or anything. It almost like it was coasting. Again, not for sure, but it sounded like there was no engine noise, and it hit directly in the middle of that wall.
All right. Wes, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this information.
So what you were listening to was an interview with Wes, who was a witness to this crash on I-75 near mile marker 105, just about 3:30 this afternoon. He was talking to Trey Radel on 92.5 Fox News Radio. And as we are in the 5 o'clock hour now, I'm joined by Wink News anchor Lois Tomey. I'm sitting in for Chris Safati tonight. So Lois and Amanda Hall here with you tonight.
Now, I just got off the phone recently with Bob Orr. He has a long, extensive history with CBS News covering aviation, and I was trying to use his expertise to see what kind of questions he might be asking in a situation like this. And he talked to me about, with all his experience, he has never seen a highway landing of a jet plane this size. Cessnas, yes, we've all seen that, where they clear a road and it lands. But a Challenger jet, a jet this size, like you're looking at right now on our screen, he has never seen that. And he said right now the NTSB and the authorities who will be investigating this will be having serious questions about this double engine failure. What caused this catastrophic failure? If you lose one engine, it may be one thing, but to lose both engines as you're approaching an airport like this, there will be a lot of questions about whether something struck those engines at these low altitudes, and the pilot having very little choice as to what to do. We heard earlier that traffic tower audio where they declared that Alert 3 in progress, and Alert 3, which means the crash in progress. They had cleared the runway, and the pilot quickly answered back that he wasn't going to make it to the runway, and they knew he was right over I-75 at the time, and you see what the result of it was.
So we've seen a lot of different still images and video of the burned out plane. But I believe what we have is the plane is an image, a still image of the plane still in the sky. So let's see if we can look at that. Producer in the back, can you give me any information on who took this and when?
I think what we need to emphasize here again is that 5 people were on board this plane. We know it's a standard 10-seater plane, so it would have been 10 seats in the back with the crew, presumably 2 pilots on this plane, flying this charter from Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, to Naples when they had that catastrophic failure and were forced to put that plane down or try to put that plane down safely. You can see the result of what happened here. It did not land safely, and in fact, a vehicle was hit on the highway, and we're still trying to figure out more about what's happened with the people who were struck on the highway there. You see the flames in this picture and the black smoke. A much better situation now as fire crews got there very, very quickly and put those flames out. But there's still so many more questions than we have answers here, and the NTSB is not even on the ground yet. But the FAA has confirmed that there were 2 fatalities in this crash. They have not confirmed whether they were people in the plane, if they were people on the ground, but they have confirmed 2 fatalities so far, and that 3 others, as we learned from the Naples airport, did get out.
Lois, you talked so much about Bob Orr talking about making that decision, trying to put the plane on the ground in the safest spot possible. And we really hear that and get a sense for that when we listen to the air traffic control. So let's listen to that audio again.
Westjet 574, runway 23, turn right heading 270, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile final, Challenger jet.
Westjet 574. Okay, Challenger Hoppajet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Whoever's got the emergency clear to land, runway 23. Is that Hoppajet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
So there you have it. He said that they lost both engines. When we listened to the witness, Wes, who was in his car, said the plane was silent. He couldn't hear anything.
Right, which makes sense from what the pilot says. And we also know that this Challenger aircraft, this is not a new aircraft. This is a well-established aircraft and with a good safety record. It's not something that you would anticipate, and so that's another thing the NTSB will be looking into, whether or not there's something else in the safety record of this specific plane that we just don't know about at this point, or if something else. But it is a part of an established charter company that flies charter jets, you know, all over, the Hoppajet company that's out of Fort Lauderdale. So it's an established company that's doing regular charters. We don't know anything about that company's safety record as well. We're still digging into all of this information. But there you see the size of this jet, and it just kind of boggles the mind that it would ever be able to make a safe landing on busy I-75. How many times during this time of day do you see a clear open lane for even a vehicle, let alone to try to land a private jet of this size safely on the interstate?
Yeah, and to your point, as tragic as this is and the loss of life, knowing that 3 people made it out of this plane, and that from all accounts so far, it's preliminary, hitting the one vehicle, but the one pickup truck that we saw there in the median, but all those people who saw that plane come overhead and go down right in front of them, if it only hit the one truck, you know,
yeah,
that's something too at that time of day.
Listen, if you're just joining us on Wink News right now, we're showing you pictures right now of an emergency plane crash that occurred on I-75 in Collier County around mile marker 105 today. The call came in around 3:06 or so. The airport is telling us about 3:12 to 3:15 is when this plane crashed on the interstate. It is a Challenger aircraft that was flying from Ohio to Naples. 5 people were on board, according to the FAA, and we now know that there are 2 confirmed fatalities from this crash on I-75.
We've been showing you several different vantage points. We showed you the overhead shot of this crash. You're seeing some still pictures here, and we're also monitoring the traffic. As we've been telling you, the Collier County Sheriff's Office is being inspecific now in what they're saying. They're saying it's going to be shut down for an extended extended period of time. And when we talked to the director of communications for the Naples airport, she said, you know, they might be saying 24 hours, but she thinks it's going to be a lot longer than that. So you want to be patient and avoid this area at all costs right now. But one thing that really has stood out to us is the images from the man that gets out of his vehicle and comes very close to the crash site. We know that a lot of people got out to see what was going on and to try to help. Let's pull that up again if we can. Okay, the expletives, of course, are understandable when you're seeing something like this, but you saw the person got out, started to go towards the crash site, and then perhaps the fuel caused that explosion that then blew them back. We know from other people who have sent in video, they said just the heat that they could feel coming off of this when they were driving by, slowly cruising by, getting their phones out to capture these images. They talked about how hot it was right at the site of the explosion.
And you consider that after a flight all the way from Ohio to Naples. Now, presumably, we don't know if there was any, if they landed anywhere to refuel, but presumably they burned off a lot of that fuel, which would be a fortunate thing. Pardon me, producer, would you say that again? Okay, we're learning the plane is not affiliated with Ohio State University. That was speculation at the beginning of this coverage, but we do know that they came from Columbus, Ohio, and they did fly to Naples, and that's where this emergency landing or emergency crash occurred. There you're looking at the live picture, or the pictures, the still images again of this Challenger 604 as it crash landed on I-75 and burst into flames. And when you look at that, just think about that. 2 people did perish in this crash. However, 3 people got out of that burning plane and survived this crash. And we'll be able to help out the NTSB, we presume, in a very meaningful way to find out exactly what went wrong here. So unusual to have 2 engines go out like that. There had to be something that happened or some type of emergency that occurred that we just aren't aware of at this point. And really, that pilot, when you hear his voice, the calmness in his voice, the control he had, trying to do what he could to get that plane safely on the ground to save all people, both on board and on the ground. Just amazing how calm and collected he was.
Yeah, he sounded exactly like you should when you go through the extensive training that they do. They train for that, hope that they never have to use it, and that came into play today. Sadly, there was some loss of life. We don't know about the 3 survivors. We don't know how they're doing. We could see the helicopters land, but there was so much smoke and flames that we weren't able to see if anyone was pulled out and med flighted. We have our reporters who immediately went to the scene as soon as we heard about this and as soon as we saw it on our traffic cameras. Right now, we want to go live to Michelle Alvarez. Michelle, first of all, tell us where you are and just give us your first make of things. It looks like you're still making your way towards the crash site.
Yeah, Amanda, that's right. We're actually on Golden Gate Parkway, right by the south ramp of I-75. Now, of course, as you guys have been mentioning, there's a lot of closures. The south ramp of I-75, right where I'm at, it's actually closed. And if we take a look, you can see no vehicles right now moving at all because that is closed, except emergency vehicles. We have seen a couple of sheriff's vehicles, fire trucks, things like that. But that has been closed since we got here. In the last 20 minutes or so, we were stuck in traffic because it took a long time to get here from where we were at in our last live location. But you can see that's closed, and there's a lot of traffic that's been moving, of course, because of this aircraft crash with 2 confirmed deaths. A lot of traffic closures, and the FAA is handling, any questions that we may have. I'm going to turn around and show you guys the other side. Here you can see all of the traffic that's moving through. These are all people that I'm assuming want to get on 75 but can't because of all those closures. It's been continuous traffic. It is moving a little bit more smooth now than when we first got here. It was just backed up when we first arrived. Getting a little bit better now, but still closed. We are going to continue to monitor the situation. You can't see anything when it comes to the crash where we're at, but again, we'll keep an eye out and we'll keep updating you both on air and online. For now, live in Collier County, Michelle Alvarez, Wink News.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle. So I guess everyone who is watching right now, if you have plans at all to go to I-75 in Collier County in the next 24 hours, you might want to start thinking about a plan B, because NTSB is going to come to this site and they are going to control this site until they're satisfied with the investigation. So we could have large sections of the interstate shut down for an extended period of time, as we've already been warned by the Collier County Sheriff's Office that that was going to happen. They may start to open things up, and if things start to change, we of course will let you know as soon as that happens. But right now there is no getting down through I-75 from Pine Ridge to Golden Gate Parkway, northbound or southbound. It is not going to happen, and so you're going to have to allow for a lot of extra time if you're using any other alternate routes. If you're using Livingston Road, if you're using 41, all of those arteries are going to be backed up both east and west of the interstate because of all the additional traffic. So you are going to need to allow for a lot of extra time. If you have to travel, if you don't have to travel right now, you may want to avoid it until we get a better handle on exactly how long this section of roadway is going to be shut down in Collier County.
And this news, of course, is everywhere. It's all over social media. Of course, we've been sticking with it as soon as it happened, just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. But you're going to want to continue to talk to your network of friends. Let them know, that we're going to be in this for a while. This is a busy weekend. This is right ahead of the Super Bowl. People are making plans for that. They're traveling. It's a beautiful weekend weather-wise, so we know a lot of people are going to be coming to our area and going to the other coast as well and utilizing the interstate for that.
Yeah. Right now on scene, you still see all those emergency vehicles. We know that the Collier County Sheriff is providing support for FHP as well as the FAA and NTSB, who will be on scene to control the situation. They will be keeping people off of those on-ramps and off-ramps at I-75. In the meantime, we are trying to just gather more information about what possibly could have happened here. Remember, this is a very unusual thing to have occurred. It is not a small plane. It is not a large commercial jet, but it is not a small plane either. And so therefore, this plane right here, there's going to be a lot of questions about exactly what would have caused such a catastrophic loss of engine power. You heard the call. He called in. He said that he had lost both jet engines. He was not going to make it to the airport, and that is when he tried to put it down as safely as he could right there on the interstate at mile marker 105 in Collier County. This Bombardier CL600 Challenger 604 is owned by an aviation company over on the East Coast in Fort Lauderdale. The company, aka HapaJet, it's an air charter jet company that runs a lot of different charter jet flights. So they have not speculated either about this at this point. They are just trying to get to the bottom of who was all on board and make sure they have all the families covered to give them all the information that they can about what happened here. But the tower audio told us they lost both engines, and when they said the runway was clear for them, the pilot calmly said he was not going to make that runway, and the airport declared an Alert 3 in progress, which means a crash in progress, either on the airport or off the airport. As you can see here, it was not at the airport. It was on its route to the airport, and it just didn't make it.
There's still so much to unpack, and until we can really start to get answers from the experts and the investigators on this, we are so reliant on you, our Wink News viewers. So if you were in traffic during this, if you came up on this, if you have any account that might be helpful in us continuing to stay on top of this story, Keep those videos coming in. Tell us what you saw, what you experienced, and we'll continue to delve into it that way until we can get the answers from the investigators. One of those callers called into one of our partners, 92.5 Fox News Radio, Wes, and was very close, saw the plane come out of the sky. Let's listen to Wes's account with Trey Radel of what happened.
For anybody joining us right now, there is a plane crash on I-75, a small, appears to be a private jet, like a Gulfstream, with many as 8, maybe 10 windows on the side, so you can begin to put together that it carries 10 to 20 passengers. This is a jet, not a prop plane. It went down into the northbound lanes of I-75 about 40 minutes ago. Crashing into at least one vehicle, exploding upon impact. I-75 shut down in both directions. Avoid it at all costs, even if you are as far north as Bonita. Wes, if you could take me through again, at roughly 3:25 or so this afternoon, you are driving northbound on 75. Take it from there.
I look up in the sky, and I see a plane that's very, very low. I mean, it's just crossing 75 north, and it's scraping the top of the trees. He's got his wheels down, and the nose of the plane is kind of pointed up a little bit. And I mentioned to my dad sitting in the passenger seat that, hey, look, that plane is really, really low. And so it travels across the top of our car, and I'm looking in the rear view mirror, and I see it kind of crash right into that wall and just a burst of flames. I had thought it taken out quite a few cars, but I saw on the news, and there's not a whole lot of car damage there. So
yeah, and what you might be getting at, it could have hit those walls. Now, those walls, this goes back on me drawing from years ago of covering the construction, including the expansion of I-75. They put those walls up typically near communities, gated or not, as soundproof barriers because of the traffic on I-75. And in fact, that plane may have gone directly into that. And while debris and or the actual explosion of the gasoline coming out and more bursting into flames may have hit a vehicle, but it is possible, as you're illustrating here, that it actually hit more of the wall, causing that explosion versus vehicles. Wes, my next question to you is, could you hear anything? Could you hear the engine roaring, or did you in fact hear not much at all?
We could not hear any engine noise, which was surprising because of how close it was to the top of our car. We heard no engine noise. We saw the wheels. They were deployed. And like I said, the nose was kind of up, and it was just silent. We had no radio on or anything. It almost like it was coasting. Again, not for sure, but it sounded like there was no engine noise, and it hit directly in the middle of that wall.
All right. Wes, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this information.
Okay, and we are right now showing you the traffic backup, and we're showing you mile marker 110. So this is near Immokalee Road. This is 5 miles north of the crash site, and it is a parking lot. There are hundreds and hundreds of cars, northbound and southbound, that are stuck in this, trying to get out off exits and get around this because the interstate will remain closed for hours, presumably overnight, presumably even into tomorrow, depending on what the NTSB decides on the investigation with this plane crash. So you can see FHP, the Collier County Sheriff's Office, everybody trying to get these cars off the interstate right now so they can get around this crash, this plane crash. But they're asking you right now, FHP is asking you fervently if you will please just avoid the interstate altogether right now in Collier County, because this is what you're going to run into and there's nowhere to go fast. So if you can just avoid this area altogether, make your alternate plans even for tomorrow. If you don't need them, that would be a wonderful surprise. But right now, I think what we're looking at is an extended period of time with the interstate shut down at mile marker 105. So between Golden Gate Parkway exit all the way to the Pine Ridge exit, that is going to remain shut down for an extended period of time.
And if it's that bad there from this vantage point, you have to imagine how bad it is just a mile from the crash site. We have that pulled up as well on our FDOT cameras of mile marker 104. And when we saw those cars being diverted, Lois, it was 5 vehicles at a time. It was just a trickle of where troopers were turning them around. So you feel for the people who are sitting in this traffic. They're going to be in it a long time. Hopefully everybody's doing okay on fuel because this is a nightmare and it's going to be tough on the troopers. Florida Highway Patrol keeps telling us to tell you to avoid the area if you can. Of course, if you were already in it, there's not a whole lot you can do right now. So there we have the side-by-side picture there of both of those spots on the interstate right now. As Lois said, if you can, try and stay off. You got to make those other plans. But if you don't need to be on the road right now in some of those other major arteries where people are going to be going to, you might want to stay off the road there too, because it's going to be quite congested from all of these folks getting off the interstate.
That's right. So let's take a look now, if we can, at the crash site again so we can see just the vantage point from now. There you're seeing the still photo. That's right as the plane had just crashed and when it burst into flames. You see the black smoke there before fire crews got on scene, and they made quick order of putting the flames out on that fire. Prepared, of course, for situations like this where they're dealing with jet fuel. Excuse me, say that again, would you, Peyton? I didn't hear you quite clearly there. Okay. Okay, so northbound is now open at the Pine Ridge Road exit, so they're trying to divert people off. Is that what they're saying at Pine Ridge Road, just to get people off the interstate? Okay, so that's why you should be expecting so much backup along those arteries that lead to the interstate, and then the ones that are going to be going north and south, because people are going to be trying to get around this, and it's going to be extremely difficult for people to do so. So you're going to have to just warn people to have some patience if they're unaware of what's going on. I can imagine right now that most people are unaware of this, as there's been a lot of both radio coverage as well as TV coverage. But you may want to call your loved one if they've been in the car and they've just been out of touch, just to let them know what is happening so they can avoid the interstate altogether and use an alternate route to get around all of this right now. And follow FHP's request, please, if you can, and just avoid everything altogether for now.
You just have to hope that people would be very understanding after what people have gone through today. This plane, double engine failure, incredibly rare on a plane that can hold 10 to 12 passengers. We know there were 5 people on board, 3 survivors. You know, you would have to think that people would feel for it. And we know people got out of their cars to try to help today after witnessing something so horrific there on 75.
We're watching all this traffic, and we know it's going to be a difficult job. You see law enforcement there trying to get, you see the road rangers ahead with the signs just trying to get everybody diverted off. You see some people making U-turns. That, of course, is not advised unless you're law enforcement. People trying to go through the medians, and yeah, so you see at the bottom of your screen, there's some people trying to go through the medians. Not advised at all, although they've probably been sitting in traffic for quite a while now. This happened about 3:15 at the latest, so it's over 2 hours since this plane crash, and some people have been sitting there since then. So on the left of your screen, you're seeing mile marker 110 right near the Immokalee Road exit in Collier County. The other side of your screen is the crash site at 106 near 105, mile marker 105, where the plane went down. So we are continuing to follow not only the investigation of this plane crash, but the impacts it's having on traffic here in Southwest Florida.
On the phone joining us now, we have Larry Platt, who's a retired firefighter, and is going to give us some interesting perspective. Larry, can you hear us?
Yes.
So tell us, what do you make of, and if we can, while we're listening to Larry, producers, pull up some of the video that we have of the fuselage and where you can see the burn on the wall along the interstate there, because there's something to be learned from that, as I understand it, Larry.
Yeah, I'm a retired fire investigator, and I look at burn patterns. And if you look at the remains of the aircraft, the left engine is unburned, the left wing is unburned, the right side of the plane is. And if you look at the massive fire on the front, it looks like the front end is smashed in completely. So looking at a aerial view of the area, it appears that he was going westbound, perhaps on his final approach, on his down leg approach to the airport. And I suspect, based on the calmness of his broadcast, that he said he couldn't make it, that he was going to attempt to land in the Windermere Country Club. And he just lost altitude too fast, and it appears that he slammed straight into that wall head on. And then the plane kind of ricocheted backwards and off the wall and then down the highway.
Well, Larry, your insight is very, very helpful here, because we are seeing all those all that black marks, and that would explain the front end of that plane bursting into flames, in your opinion?
Yes. And one thing that really bothers me is there's a pedestrian walking up to the plane before the secondary explosion. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's the same pedestrian as the one that you show later, and I don't know what happened to that pedestrian. He appears like he could have been right in that explosion when it happened.
Okay, so tell me then, what kind of a scene are firefighters walking into when they're walking into a scene where there is a jet plane on fire? What are we talking about in terms of heat? What are we talking about in terms of what they need to use to extinguish that fire to make sure they get it out as quickly as possible?
Well, it's a fire involving a petroleum product or an alcohol-based product, and could reach temperatures of anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 degrees. You'll be able to tell if the metal on the plane is melted or not, but probably in the area of around 1,500 degrees. And there's just a lot of fuel there. You can tell by the redness of the flames that it is a petroleum-based fuel that's burning. Mm-hmm. And probably that secondary explosion was another tank that ruptured as a result of the heat.
And when you're analyzing this, can you make heads or tails of the order in which things happen? Can you tell if the plane hit the wall on the way down? Was it facing the other direction and spun around? Can you tell any of that from what you're seeing?
Yeah, it appears that the plane has come to rest basically on the side of the roadway facing north. But it appears that, based on your caller who said that he and his father were driving and saw the vehicle come right over his car, that the plane was actually going perpendicular to the highway and westbound. And that's when the pilot said that they weren't going to make it, and I suspect that he was going to attempt to land in that golf course. But that wall came up too fast, and he didn't have enough altitude, and he went right into that wall head on.
Okay.
Wow, well, Larry, we're just so grateful for your insight and your firefighting experience on this, because it is very telling as to what may have happened here. Windermere Country Club, of course, has wide open spaces, so he would have been able to see that very clearly from the air, and you're probably right, he may have been trying to get, interstate was probably not his choice, as we all know how the traffic is on the interstate right now. As we look at these aerial pictures right now, we see this very, very black smoke. And Larry, we know from things like brush fires, if you see black smoke, you're seeing very hot, hot smoke. But if you get to the white smoke, it looks like the firefighters are have it under control. Would that be the same with fires that are burning jet fuel?
Yeah, typically black smoke is going to be a petroleum or a rubber, plastic type based fire. And it's going to remain that way until they actually get the flames out, because that fuel is still so prevalent and burning. And then once they get it knocked down, then it will cool down, and the white that you see is the steam coming off the water.
If you're a firefighter and you know that there are people in that airplane, what do you do first? How do you respond?
Boy, it's a unbelievably tragic scenario where you say 3 people made their way out of there. That is a miracle. And I don't know the plane coming in. If it hit the wall as I am stating, that was, you can see by the massive front end damage that it hit something, and it had to have gone straight into that wall. It would make no sense coming into the freeway system the way he was coming that he would have attempted to turn and land on the highway. So I kind of think he was going to shoot over it. And I'm guesstimating on the other side of the wall that the golf course is over there. But from what I can see from aerial photos, it's awfully close to where that golf course is, and that would make the most sense. That you're right, he could see the golf course and say, let's put it down right there.
Now, Larry, I have to ask you, though, how those walls, it seems like it wouldn't be that reinforced in order to hold back a jet plane that was crashing on the highway. I guess you could presume that perhaps he did hit the road and hit the ground first before he hit the wall, which is why the wall may still be standing and intact.
I don't know what that wall is made out of. Some of those are concrete panels, and some are wood panels, so I don't know. If it's a wood panel, you're absolutely right. He'd have went right through that like a piece of paper. Mm-hmm. But if they were concrete panels, it is possible that he could have been slowed down to the point where he just bounced off of it. And then you've got an awful lot of shock absorber on the front of that plane with the way it's crushed in. Mm-hmm. These are just observations. I could be proven completely wrong, but from what I can tell, it makes the most sense of what possibly could have happened.
Well, Larry, we certainly appreciate your insight here. It's all observations at this point until the officials get on site and start to do their investigating and make some conclusions. We're all just speculating based on what we see here from all the different eyewitness accounts, including your own. And Larry, we thank you so much for your time, and thank you for letting us know.
One more thing?
Yes, Larry, go ahead.
If you look at the wall, Fire Investigation 101, you look at V patterns. A fire will burn up and out from the area where it started.
Yes.
And it leaves a V pattern. And if you look to the left char pattern on the wall, all the way to the right pattern, there's a definite pattern coming down to an area where it possibly hit the wall.
Okay. All right.
So, all right. Well, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Larry. You have a good day. Thank you for your help.
Okay. Bye.
Well, we know they were trying to go to the Naples airport, so we're going to go right now to Wink News reporter Amy Gallo, who is at the Naples airport today, where things are calm there. Presumably, they were expecting an emergency, but the emergency didn't make it there. Amy.
Yeah, it's been business as usual since we got here. I've seen people coming and going. We've seen pilots and air traffic control. They all seem to just be working like they would on a normal day. We've seen various flights take off here. It really is just business as usual, a lot calmer than what we've been seeing out on I-75.
Have you been able to speak with anyone who's taking flights out of there today? I have to imagine that people are talking about this and might make other people nervous to take off after you hear about something like this happening.
Yeah, on my way in, I spoke with someone. He was out walking a dog. I'm not sure if he was getting ready to go on a flight or coming off a flight, but he saw the Wink car and immediately asked me, hey, what is going on? Do you know anything about the plane crash? It's definitely on people's minds. I told him what we do know so far, and he was happy to see that we were working to get more information and hopefully could find some answers here. And I have reached out to the airport spokesperson for more information, just in case there's anything else they can share about what went on during that flight.
I want you to paint a picture for people who aren't familiar with the Naples airport. I was just there last week. I was right on the tarmac at Elite Jets, and there are just so many private planes on the tarmac at that time, presumably because they were here for the Naples Winter Wine Festival as well as other events that were here in Naples. Is the tarmac still filled with all these private jets parked there down here for the season?
Well, if you take a look behind me here, you'll see some planes parked over here. There are quite a few out here, and like I said, I've been seeing some of them take off. I am not familiar with how often flights take off here, how many planes are usually on the tarmac, but there is a good amount. I see about a handful where we're standing, and over on the other end of the airport, I did see some more.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Amy. If you learn anything more, you talk to anyone there who has some expertise in these types of planes, please let us know. We'll come back to you right away so we can talk to you about that when you get that information.
Chris Safadi here. I'm out of the scene, but you can, as we look at this again, I was just talking to some folks about what the NTSB will do, National Transportation Safety Board. Clearly, they'll be investigating. We're learning in the last few minutes that the first of them are getting on airplanes right now to come to our area to figure this out. So, given the time frame and where they are, the earliest we'll probably see the NTSB on the ground here to do anything meaningful is daylight tomorrow. But they're the next ones who will help to put together and piece together what happened here that led to this deadly crash. A double jet engine crash, obviously very rare. There is some training that pilots do for that. We're looking into what that is as well, but the next steps here are going to be to figure out what exactly happened, as we just heard the fire investigator telling us, based on what we can see on the ground. Now the National Transportation Safety Board comes in and the other investigators to put all of those pieces together and try to piece together what happened in those last minutes.
Okay, we have a gentleman on the phone with us right now, Frank Rizzo, who is a former pilot, or Fred Rizzo rather. Fred, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Can you just tell us your experience as a pilot? What kind of planes did you fly? Can you give us some background?
I've flown, Part 121, 135, and Part 91, so scheduled and private and charter. This looks like it was a Hopper-Jet charter aircraft, Challenger 604.
Yes.
That was on its third leg for the day.
Mm-hmm. And have you ever flown a plane, one of the Challenger 604s?
I have not flown the Challenger 604 and fly a Citation Sovereign currently.
Okay. So when you hear someone has lost both engines on approach to an airport like this, what are the first things that goes through your mind as to what could have possibly caused both engines to go?
Fuel exhaustion is the first thing that comes into mind. And I guess possible bird strike, but most likely fuel exhaustion is, from my opinion.
And just to be clear, fuel exhaustion, you mean running out of fuel?
Affirmative, yeah. I mean, if they were flying, it looks like their flight was Fort Lauderdale to Ohio State back to Naples, and then it looked like a reposition or a flight to Fort Lauderdale Executive, where the main headquarters is for Hopper-Jet. So depending on what their fuel quantity was, it could have been fuel exhaustion. I mean, that's speculating. That's all. That's all you can really do at this point.
That's right. We're all really speculating at this point. We recently just talked to a gentleman who is a retired firefighter. He speculated that he didn't intend to land on that interstate at all, that he was probably going to one of the nearby country clubs where he saw some open space. Maybe it would have been a safer place for him to land, and just didn't quite make it. Can you tell me what kind of training do you have? This pilot was so calm as he was making his call into the tower that he was going to be making an emergency landing. Can you tell us about your training for something like this when it happens?
Well, I'll tell you that if federal regulations require all captains to be Part 135, which is most likely what this plane was flying under, Part 135. Every 6 months, the captain needs to go in for training, and the co-pilot would be every 12 months. And what you do in training is specifically train for the emergencies, for the engine fires, for the pressurization failures, for forced landings. Now, for a double engine failure, that's like the last thing you train for, because that's one of the most situations that you hardly ever see, ever. I mean, the only one that we're familiar with is the commercial airline that landed in the Hudson.
Right.
So this is a very, very rare situation.
To get back to something you talked to about a minute ago, as a complete novice here, someone who would have no idea how to fly a plane, explain how, I understand how running out of fuel could cause both engines to fail. How would a bird strike, if in fact that is true, cause both engines to fail?
Well, normally, if you've got bird ingestion and you're getting it through both engines, it just rips up the the front end and the back end of the engine. I mean, it just tears through it and everything gets mangled. Usually it's not an immediate cut off of power. You'll get some compressor stalls and you'll get a bunch of banging and you'll get smoke at the end. So it's why it would be interesting to see if there's any video prior to it, hitting the highway. But those are the only situations that I can think of at the moment: is bird strikes, fuel exhaustion. It would be interesting to see what the cockpit voice recorder had to say.
Correct.
And also, that would be probably the primary. And this particular airplane does have a cockpit voice recorder along with the data recorder, so they'll be able to get all the information within the coming weeks.
And presumably other pilots. Now this is a busy airport this time of year. A lot of private planes coming and going from the Naples airport. So presumably other planes might also see birds in the area if there's some sort of migration going on. It's not one bird necessarily. It could be more than one bird, and it could be reported as well. Correct?
Well, a lot of the times when you're flying in on an approach, the tower will say, in their ATIS, which is advisory for weather, birds in the vicinity. And a lot of times you'll see a whole migration of birds flying along at a certain altitude, and usually pilots will mention, I've got birds spotted at 1,000 feet or 500 or the like. So that would be something else that the FAA would be looking at, is control tower talking to this particular flight, and prior to this flight, if there was any indications of birds in the area.
Okay, we've also heard some reports from other aircraft that were approaching, told to clear the area. So they must have had some, as the birds fly through the live picture we're looking at right now on the interstate. How ironic that that's happening right now. But as we hear from these other aircrafts, if a tower knows a plane is coming in that may be having some sort of distress, what happens if you're in the air also on approach or about to leave? What are the instructions you would hear?
Well, if you're flying in and you've got an emergency, right away you're going to say Mayday, Mayday, declaring an emergency, and at that point the skies open up. You are cleared as the PIC, pilot in command of that aircraft, to do whatever you need to do to get the plane safely on the ground. The control tower is going to advise everybody to get out of the way, land any runway. The airport is yours. So I'm sure when he declared emergency or told the tower, he was going down, that he just cleared the area for him to get where he needed to go and hopefully get to the runway.
That's exactly what the tower, yes, that's exactly what the tower traffic appeared to be. They also called an Alert 3 in progress, which, if I understand this correctly, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's a crash of some type in progress, whether near the airport or on the airport. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure. I've never heard of the term Alert 3, and, maybe that's just me. But what happens normally is if there's an incident at the airport or around the airport, they'll shut down the airport. So as soon as this airplane was forced down on the highway, that airport was closed. So there would be no traffic taking off or landing at that point. Depending on where the crash is, in a couple hours or an hour or so, they'll resume normal operations at the airport. But as soon as this incident happened, the airport was closed down. I would have to, bet on that.
Fred,
without a problem.
Here's a question that somebody watching is asking. We're looking at the fire and the flames. If the fuel was exhausted, would the fire have been that big and had that much black smoke?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. What happens is, I don't know if this plane, I'm not sure if this plane was landing or taken off, to be honest with you, because I haven't done enough research on it.
From what we understand, it was landing. From what we understand, it was landing.
All right, so if it was landing, yeah, I can see it right now. If it was landing, then that's, it looks like the plane had been flying for about 2.5 hours. No, 4.5 hours. So I'm just looking at it real quick. That's about 4.5 hours. So it all depends. There'll be a little bit of fuel in the airplane, but it's possible. And if it crashed and if it was full of fuel, that thing basically would have gone up immediately. The fact that you have pictures of people driving by and there's a small little fire, and then it gets worse and worse after a while. There wasn't a lot of fuel on there, probably. I'm, speculating again.
Right, and I've been talking here, just as we're listening to you, a couple of other people that we know here who are pilots are saying the same thing you are. And again, we're all doing the best we can with the little information that we have, but at least we're hearing from other pilots who say either birds or running out of gas, or running out of fuel, and if it ran out of fuel, it seems, like you said, to be consistent with what you saw, the smaller fire and the bigger fire. Anything else you can tell from the pictures that you're seeing or what you have seen this afternoon that might give us a clue? What does the NTSB do first thing when they get here now?
Well, they'll go after the black boxes for sure. They'll go after the recordings in the control tower. They'll look at the records of the pilots, and that'll be that. And then they'll look at the wreckage to see where they were at. And then that's where it's going to start. And usually an investigation like this, even though you might speculate like we're doing right now, and we can speculate that something's happened, it'll take the investigators months before they really come up with a conclusion on actually what happened.
We remember waiting for other different plane crashes, waiting for many months. But however, you did mention that this aircraft has all the latest technology in terms of the voice recorder, the black box, so they presumably will have that information more quickly, correct?
They will have it pretty quick, but just for their protection and so they don't get anything wrong, because they will go, because this was most likely a 135 charter flight. They will have to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb, not to make any mistakes.
And on
because
that,
this was a revenue flight.
On that point, going through everything, how long, if you had to guess, would they need to preserve that kind of as a crime scene on the side of I-75 there and keep everybody away before the road is usable again?
That's a good question. That would be your highway patrol people there. They'd have to mark off that area for a while before and let the FAA get over there for their investigation. I would think that it looks like it's off to the side of the road, so I would think they would get a couple of lanes going over there.
Okay, so they don't need to close off a huge swath of that road to continue to finish what they're doing.
I would say there was a touchdown point and an end point where this plane hit and then stopped. So until the FAA or National Transportation Safety Board get there and actually mark it off, they'll mark down how long the skid marks are. It'll tell them how fast they were going. It'll give them all the information. So it might be a while, but if I was in that area, I'd probably avoid that road for a day or two.
Okay, can we go back a little bit here? Let's go back to Columbus, Ohio, Fred, before this plane even took off. And you're the pilot and the co-pilot of this plane. We assume there's two pilots on a plane of this size. Am I correct?
You're correct. This is a large airplane. This is a large corporate aircraft.
Okay, so what would those two pilots? What would these two pilots do before they take off? What kind of safety checks would they do just to make sure everything's working well with this plane? Or do you just get into the seat and take off?
No, you're doing flight planning. You're figuring out how long is my flight going to take me? How much fuel am I going to burn? What's my weight and balance? How many passengers I got? How much baggage do I have? So you're going to have a lot of information that these pilots are putting together to make a safe flight. Now, it depends. One of the things I would be curious about, if I was Mr. FAA man, did they purchase fuel in Ohio State? Or did they try and get round-trip fuel from Fort Lauderdale Executive, Ohio State University, Naples, and back? Where was their fuel stops if they had one? Now we talked about this plane being a larger aircraft. This is a 4,000-mile airplane. So this plane can fly with full fuel almost 4,000 miles in a no-wind condition. So most likely they didn't take off topped off with fuel, depending on the weight and balance and when they left and the temperature and all of those other things. So I would be looking at that information. Did they purchase fuel in Ohio State.
Right.
That
So
would be another question.
explain that to the non-aviation folks around here. You don't top off like you do in your car. You try to carry as little weight as possible when you're flying, correct?
No, well, okay. So when you're flying an airplane and you got passengers on board, right? Your plane can go, say, all right, I'll look. The plane I fly 3,000 miles. So when I fly from point A to point B, and I've only gone 1,000 miles, I have enough fuel to fly back home without purchasing fuel.
Okay.
So now I've done a 2,000 mile leg, but my plane, if I topped it off, can go 3,000 miles. So I've got a lot more fuel in the tanks when I land.
Okay.
The question is, how much fuel does this plane have on it when it left? Did they get fuel in Ohio?
Mm-hmm.
And how much fuel did they have when they left Ohio? That's the question right there. And again, this is all speculation because maybe they did hit birds. I don't know, but this is where your investigation is going to lean towards.
Mm-hmm.
What are the layers of checks and balances? It's a fuel calculation, correct, that you make about how much you're going to have. Who checks the calculation?
To be honest with you, everything relies on the PIC, pilot in command. If you are the captain of the airplane, it all falls on your shoulders. It's your responsibility as captain to make sure that you've got enough fuel on board to get to point A to point B. And when you're a 135 operator, which is a charter company, okay, so somebody pays them money to fly them from point A to point B, you have even more restrictions on how much fuel you can have or supposed to have on board. You know, is it a wet runway? I need more runway, so I need less fuel, or I need alternates and things like that. So it is the captain, the pilot in command. Everything's going to fall on his shoulders as far as did he put enough fuel on board? Maybe everything he did was perfect, and then at the last minute, he hit a flock of birds. And then, and then it's all on you, to try and save the day. But, it's speculation. I don't want to say that it was absolutely a fuel exhaustion because, you know what? You might see that video where he's hitting birds.
Right.
It's a very, very rare situation when you've got two engines going down at the same time. Very rare.
But in your mind, at least so we're narrowing it down, it's likely in your mind one or the other, fuel or birds. You don't see another scenario that we haven't talked about.
I guess we could speculate all day long. We did have that commercial pilot with Alaska Air try and pull the engine, shut the engines down in flight. But I would say that that's also extremely rare. I mean, it's crazy, when people do things like that. But most likely, you're leaning at these two things, fuel exhaustion or a bird strikes, and then, like I said, if we look at the cockpit voice recorder, we'll know exactly what happened.
Yeah. All right. Well, Fred Rizzo, a pilot who gave us some very good insight into what may have happened here. Again, as he mentioned many times, we're just speculating here because the NTSB will be the ultimate authority. Fred, we just want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your insight and expertise.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on the topic of the NTSB, if you're just joining us, and we'll get everybody caught up here in a minute, we know the NTSB folks are starting to head this way now from a couple of conversations we've had with people who have been covering this from Washington, D.C. and other places.
Okay, so let's take a look at the pictures you're seeing on your screen right now. This is the crash site. You see the interstate is completely shut down at this point, with the exception of emergency vehicles that are on site to protect this scene, because that is what's left of this Challenger plane that crashed on I-75 today, trying to get to the Naples airport. The pilot radioed in about 3:15 that he had lost both engines, and when the tower told him, the airport's yours, you can land at the runway anytime, he said, I'm not going to make it. Now, we talked to the retired firefighter who said, you know, this area, there's the Windermere Country Club is right on the other side of that wall. Perhaps he saw a big wide open space and he was trying to get to it and just didn't make it, because all of you know, here in Southwest Florida, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the interstate has cars northbound, southbound, and everywhere else. So it probably didn't look like a very wide open space for him to try to put a jet of this size. We talked about other smaller planes that possibly have landed on roadways, small Cessnas, but this is a much larger aircraft. This is an aircraft, a Challenger aircraft, a Challenger 600, a 10-seater plane, 2 pilots flying this plane. There were 5 people on board, according to the FAA, and we now know from the Collier County Sheriff's Office that 2 people died on this flight. Let me correct myself there. We know 2 people died.
Right,
we just don't know if they are the people who were on the plane or if a vehicle was involved somehow that we're just unaware of. We do know a vehicle was struck and pushed. We saw the vehicle in the median there that crashed, but we just don't know the particulars of how exactly that happened yet. Until the authorities do their investigation, we just are not going to know. So we're unaware exactly where the fatalities occurred, but we're still continuing to look into it.
And 3 people survived it, which is not only phenomenal news given the situation, but may help in the investigation as time goes forward. Any little thing that they heard or remember might help piece together a little bit of what happened here.
All the videos, all the eyewitness accounts, as you say, you know, those things clearly will play into this, but as well as that black box and voice recording on that jet. Okay.
All right, we have on the phone right now a retired firefighter with some expertise in aviation, Lieutenant Sam Cadro. I hope I said your name right. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Tell us, based on what you have seen of this and what your experiences of this so far, what do you think happened? What is really a red flag in your mind?
Well, first off, I am a retired firefighter from the city of Naples who was assigned at the Naples Airport for many years, and my specialist is in aircraft firefighting and aircraft operations around the airport. Matter of fact, I live on the flight path for runway 23, which the plane probably went right over my, unfortunately crashed on the interstate. By the direction that it appears that he was flying into the airport, he was probably coming in or landing on runway 23. Apparently with an engine failure, a double engine failure, which is very rare. I won't speculate to why, but it is very rare. He was probably either going for the golf course or maybe even trying to put it onto the interstate, which was at least a paved area that he could hopefully land on safely. By looking at your video, to expand on the other firefighter that was on earlier, it does appear that he hit the wall. I did see at the far end of your video blip a section of the wall that has been broken out. So it apparently he hit the wall, it broke the fuel cells, which are in the wing. That's where all the fuel is carried, and started the fire there. And then apparently, as the nose hit the wall, it spun it around onto that other black char on the wall, and then it slid out onto the roadway a little bit more. That's what it appears to be. That's from a quick observation of an investigation of a crash scene.
Okay, and you also can, I would imagine, have some expertise on the burn marks that you're seeing. That's where you're getting some of your information, where you can see the wall breaking, and then the other black marks further down. You're saying that is from the jet fuel that was burning on that plane as it spun around and then ended up facing the opposite direction.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Now, can you tell us, when firefighters arrived on the scene here, we're looking at this just red fireball, and
yes,
I would
ma'am.
imagine this is an extremely hot fire. How do you approach this as a firefighter with your expertise in aircraft training?
Well, normally, if it would have been actually at the airport, the airport crash truck, which is a truck that is equipped with AFFF foam, which is foam that mixes with the water that puts out flammable liquid fires. And you're looking at what's called Jet A or Jet B fuel, depending on the type that they're using in those engines. And it does burn quite hot. The actual heat range could be up to as much as 3,000 degrees. So it can get quite nasty. And it being a petroleum-based, it does burn off as it burns with a lot of black smoke, being the soot. And that gives indications. And like the other firefighter said, you can see the burn pattern and the smoke pattern as it burns, and burning is very hot and in a moving position. You can see actually as the plane went down the wall and kind of spun.
Okay, so we're learning from the airport, from the Naples airport, from Robin King at the airport, that they sent their fire suppression trucks to this scene. So
they did. They did. I did see it in your news blip. I did see it in your pictures, yeah.
Okay, so the people on that truck are fully trained to handle a fire of this type, and I would imagine some of the toxic materials that are flying into the air here.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Even though the local departments, which would have been either Golden Gate or I should say, I'm old school Golden Gate, but Greater Naples and North probably both responded to that. Would have been right at the split area of their district. Some of their standard structural pumpers do carry foam on board to make a quick attack, where the airport crash truck has a larger quantity, and they have capabilities of flowing at a very high rate of discharge of the agents to go onto that fire to put it out very quickly.
Now, I wondered if you saw the explosion, the explosion that occurred, and how do firefighters protect themselves from something like that?
That's the unforeseen problems that you have in a situation like that. As the first firefighter mentioned, it appears that most of the damage and most of the fire was involved to the right-hand side of the aircraft. I did not see the explosion, but I would assume that being that the right wing probably made contact first, then the nose, and then as it spun around, that the secondary type explosion actually truly, if there was truly an accident explosion or maybe a leak, an ignition, would have been the fuel cell of the left wing.
Okay.
What can you, as an investigator now, if you put your investigator hat on looking at this going forward, what is it you're looking for in these videos that we're all watching here from every angle that we can get? What does an investigator determine from looking at the fire, from looking at the explosion?
Okay, as a fire investigator and an accident investigator, and very much like a police investigator, sheriff's department, and highway patrol, they're going to look at all aspects from the very first point of contact to the final resting point of your involvement of your vehicles or aircraft or what. And in that, you're going to be looking at patterns on the pavement, maybe, the patterns in through the grass, before the wall, patterns on the wall, damage in all these aspects, and then you have to kind of piece it all together. It gets quite intense trying to understand and piece everything together, and that's why it takes so long, usually, to get an investigation report back from NTSB or FAA, because the investigation has to be so thorough.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. I don't know if you can answer or not, but this fuel, clearly it's a toxic material. It's not something that should be soaked into the ground. Does it all burn off in situations like this, or would there be concerns for environmental hazards now for investigators on scene and emergency crews that might be patrolling this area?
Well, as far as toxicity of the fuel to humans, it can be absorbed through the skin, but what the firefighters are going to do is they're going to put the flame out, get the heat, get the flame out. Obviously, if there's any residual fuel that is still leaking out of the aircraft, then it would leach into the ground And at that point, after the aircraft and everything's cleaned up, different agencies such as EPA, DNR would then have to come back and evaluate if any of that dirt and all along the interstate would then have to be removed and taken care of because of it absorbing fuel that was leaking.
Okay.
Is there a way, if this turns out to be an issue where the pilot ran out of fuel, the plane ran out of fuel, based on what's left and what burned off, can you calculate, was that true?
Well,
can you calculate how much fuel the plane had when something went wrong?
Not really. Now, I'm going to step out of my comfort zone here to say one thing. If that plane had a large amount of fuel on board, your fire spread and your fire would have been a lot larger.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So when a pilot tells us the first two things they would look at was fuel exhaustion, meaning running out of fuel,
okay,
it doesn't necessarily mean that if it crashed, there couldn't still be a fire.
Unless the tanks are totally 100% empty, he could have been into a point that the fuel pickups in the tanks were starting to catch air, we call it, or cavitating. As the pumps were picking the fuel up through the wings into the engines, and he could have got the loss of fuel. He might not be 100% out, but he could be the pickups in the fuel tanks weren't picking up 100% of the fuel or whatever, because him banking a turn or something to that effect, which could have caused some problems if they were extremely low. Yes.
Well, Lieutenant Cadro, you have been just absolutely wonderful in giving us some really great information on what possibly could have happened here and analyzing this, the burn marks and what you believe may have happened. Again, we're all speculating at this point. It'll be up to the investigators to figure it out, but we certainly expect, we appreciate your time so much, and thank you so much for calling us and letting us know what you thought about this.
Well, thank you for so much. I'm glad you guys do a great coverage on all your news, and so we like to get the public the proper and right information as we can. Yes.
Agree
you guys
with
do
you
a good
100%.
job of that.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant. We appreciate that.
As we get ready to move on real quickly, we want to update folks tuning in for the 6 o'clock news who may not fully know what they're watching. There was a plane crash on I-75 on Pine Ridge Road, right near Pine Ridge Road on 75 today. 3 people survived. We have 2 people dead. We don't know at this point if those 2 people were actually on that, but this was a dual jet engine plane. This was not a small plane that crashed this afternoon. So very unusual, a tragic thing going along I-75. Here are some of the pictures of the fire right after the moment of impact when it tried to come down.
When you're looking at that wall right there, we're going to send you out to Wink News reporter Liz Byro. She's in the yard of a gentleman who lives right there. And what did he see, hear? I can't imagine what he went through this afternoon.
Yeah, Lois, right now I-75 is just over that wall right near exit 105. And I'm actually standing with Richard Collins right now. Richard, you had just gotten home probably within an hour of this crash. I mean, tell me about what you heard. What did you see?
Yeah, so I just got home about 3 o'clock or so, and about 3:15, a loud thud. It was a unique thud, not something you ever heard before. It wasn't an explosion at all. It was nothing like that. It was best I describe as something impacting the earth in a thud, directly behind the wall, so you could hear it pretty close. It was about, my guess is 100 yards north of me, but right off of I-75. And then I was with a friend that was by, and then we saw the smoke later. So initially, just the thud was heard, and pretty good commotion, though.
And I'm curious, too, I mean, standing here with you, we've watched countless planes, I mean, just a couple flying by. You can obviously hear them. The Naples airport just 4 miles away from here. I'm curious, did you hear the plane while it was coming in?
There was no sound at all, which would not be unlikely it was a jet engine plane, my understanding, and twin engine failure, so no sound at all. I did hear a helicopter take off from overhead just before that happens. I'm not sure if they knew in advance of, but there was a helicopter low altitude coming from the Naples airport just before the thud occurred, so I'm not sure if they knew there was going to be an issue and dispatched them. But outside of that was that and the thud, and my initial thing was the plane just impacted the ground. I almost felt like that immediately, although the friend with me didn't think that happened, it's pretty much what I felt like it occurred. So.
And one thing you and I were talking about, Richard is also a pilot, flies single-engine planes, correct? And one thing you mentioned to me was kind of the difference in how a plane would impact the ground if it was, let's say, a prop plane versus something as large as a Challenger like this.
Yeah, it would have to come in at a much faster speed, a jet, and certainly not a jet pilot. So, but a single engine or a prop plane would have a lot slower stall speed and be able to come in much slower. So, my guess is, and they landed on 75, obviously, which in itself was the pilots a great choice. And the pilots, I mean, what else do? You think about the folks on the ground first and foremost as a pilot. I had just landed actually about 30, 40 minutes before that at Naples Airport, come back from Melbourne, and drove home and then heard the thud, basically. So I was unloading from my trip from Melbourne. And but yes, the plane would have been at much faster speed than a single engine or a prop plane would have. So.
And like you just mentioned, I mean, you're taught how to react when these things happen. Worst case scenario, you're in a residential area. We heard the pilot say, we cannot make it to the runway. What are you taught about how to land, where to land? We have I-75, we have a golf course over there.
So the beautiful thing about Naples, we have lots of places to land. A jet's a little bit tougher, but we have the Gulf of Mexico, we have the golf courses, we have Interstate 75, all near the airport. So one of the safer airports to be in. And so I took my flight lessons here in Naples, and the first thing they teach you immediately is protect those on the ground. That's first and foremost. You don't think about yourself, you think about getting the plane to the ground safely, but first and foremost is what is the safest place for others, and then what's the safest place for me secondary to that. So it sounds like this pilot and co-pilot certainly did that. Not sure what got them on the ground other than engine failure, twin. Would think it's a fuel issue, but they certainly did the right thing in my mind to save an awful lot of people, and I think they deserve kudos for that.
Definitely, and we're going to learn more as FAA and NTSB investigates this. But another thing you and I were talking about, obviously, again, you're flying single engine planes, a double engine failure. How rare is that? What are the thoughts on that?
And I can't speak on the jets per se, but in general, the twin engine, the whole purpose of that is to have the backup of the other engine, unless there's a fuel issue, starvation or bad fuel. But coming from, I believe, Ohio, it's unlikely they would have had bad fuel at that point in their flight. Again, nothing's impossible, but fuel starvation is probably possibly a bird strike. But so they, something's unique when both engines fail, especially on a jet. So it's a rarity.
And is there anything else you want to add to anything else that kind of piqued your interest about what happened today?
Just that we have a very safe aviation community. We have a great airport. I live in the flight path of 23. The runway had just changed. I flew in on 5, 30 minutes or so, 40 minutes earlier, and then they had just swapped to 23 when I landed. So 23 was definitely the flight path they would have been taking, and so there was a recent change in runways that probably didn't have anything to do with it, but they would have been over the Gulf otherwise, and it would have been also a different scenario there, possibly worse scenario for the passengers that I believe walked away potentially. So everything happened for a reason, and I'm just glad that some folks made it out.
And for people at home who don't know, 23 and 5 are the different flight ways that you will fly into, or I guess directions you'll fly to. Explain the difference.
There's 4 runways at the Naples airport, but 5 and 23 are the most used. 23 is the one that flies kind of over the interstate, and 5 flies over the Gulf of Mexico. So along the Gulf, the shoreline. So 5 is the way I came in along the shoreline, and then 23 would have been what this flight almost had to have been taking. So.
And that flight change, again, it could have been, if we were watching flight, where how the plane went around and then maybe it kind of added more miles to the trip by chance?
Potentially. It would have been on an IFR flight plan if they were a charter plane, which they would have been. And so, if the runway changed, it would have changed their flight plan for sure. That would have changed within their flight because they were up in the air when I was up. So they certainly would have had some change, I would think. And again, it probably changed within 30 or 45 minutes of when they landed. So.
Well, thank you so much, Richard. I really appreciate your time today. Again, this is Richard Collins. He lives just off of I-75. We're right behind the 105 exit. And as Richard was telling me, typically you are going to hear some traffic sound right now. And right now it is completely quiet besides the few planes coming in. Again, we are just 4 miles away from Naples Airport and just backing up to exit 105 on Interstate I-75. I'm Liz Byro. I'm live in Naples. Wink News.
Hey, Liz, can I ask you a question, please? Or would you mind asking Richard, did he smell anything when he first heard that thud? Could he smell jet fuel burning?
And what Lois was just asking is, did you smell anything?
No smell at all. And, outside of seeing the smoke, there was no smell whatsoever from my perspective, but the winds could have been blowing in a different direction. So actually the winds would be blowing the way the plane was flying in, so that's why they chose 2-3, so you'd have a headwind. So more than likely it would have been blowing away from the crash site toward the interstate, the other side of the interstate. So it would be unlikely you would smell it nearly as much here as you would across the other side of the interstate.
And something we also saw in videos that were sent in by viewers was there was the initial impact, and then we saw videos of people who got out to try and help, and then there was a second, or I guess maybe a follow-up explosion. Did you hear two by chance, or was it one?
I didn't hear the two at all. I heard the thud only, which is probably the plane, in a quick view on the news, hitting the wall, more something like that. Or I suspect they hit they landed on the ground and maybe hit something else or impacted something else. It brought them into the wall, and that's the thud I probably heard, thinking it was actually him hitting the ground when I initially heard it, but more than likely it was not. It was probably more of the impact of the wall. The secondary explosion I did not hear. But certainly saw the smoke and flames shortly, or I should say smoke. I don't think I ever saw the flames, but the smoke pretty quickly thereafter. So,
thank you so much again for your time, Lois, Amanda.
Thank you very much, Liz. Appreciate that. And, we were showing the pictures. The helicopter he was hearing was a sheriff's office helicopter that was on scene immediately after the crash. The flames were still visible by the time they got there, just so we know the helicopter that he heard was probably that helicopter.
Yeah, let's get to a practical matter right now. This has made traffic quite difficult in and around Naples. We have some live pictures, I believe, of how bad it is right now. Traffic is at least moving. But you can see on the right side of your screen there, it's just maybe the left lane or maybe the left two lanes moving very slowly. Would be crowded anyway on a Friday night at this time of year for sure, but this, having come from Naples to get here just a little while ago, is really clogging up the city even more than it would, and the access to I-75 and the places where you can get around this.
Right, so you look at the southbound lanes, they are being diverted right here. So they're getting off at Pine Ridge Road, being diverted off the interstate, where you see the northbound lanes seem to be moving pretty well right now. But we know that large section from Golden Gate Parkway all the way to Pine Ridge is shut down. So you are not going to be able to get near the interstate in that area, presumably overnight, maybe through tomorrow. So you need to make alternate plans, and you need to plan for tonight on those alternate arteries, because everything is going to be backed up for some time. FHP and the Collier County Sheriff assisting, but hundreds and hundreds of cars were sitting on the interstate for a couple hours before anything really started moving and getting them off there.
When I drove past it, there were probably 3 miles worth of cars of people who were stuck with no place to get off except to turn around, which eventually some of them started to be able to do. Use your GPS to help. It'll help to get you through. We want to show you some video here now of people on the ground right afterwards here, people trying to help in an amazing circumstance, because this is so dangerous at this point. But obviously people wanting to do whatever it is they could to help, and we're seeing it all kind of play out here. And what's really important, too, is 3 people survived that. So we don't know a whole lot about them, and we certainly hope they're going to be okay. And if they are, they might be able to provide some information that will really help in this investigation. We also don't know that the 2 dead for sure were on that plane. But at this moment right here afterwards, you see people doing their best to try to do whatever they can to maybe help whoever is on there get out alive.
We are getting more and more eyewitness accounts on the scene, people saying that the person who was in the truck was alive, so they are presuming that the people are on the plane who expired in this incident. However, we don't have that on any good authority from anyone from the Sheriff's Office, the FAA, the NTSB, or FHP at this point. So we will continue to wait for some official word from them. We want to go to Trey Radel, who is the host of 92.5 Fox News Radio at this time of day. He got a call from someone who is on the scene, an eyewitness to what was going on. Let's play what they discussed as what this person was seeing at the time of the crash.
Hey, how you doing, Trey? I love the show. Hey, so yes, I was witness that, and my son Wes, I was in the car with him, but I do want to clear up a couple things. That
real quick, you're a witness to this?
Yeah, I'm Wes's dad. I was in the truck with him. He called.
Okay, so Wes called in earlier at the 4 o'clock hour.
Yes.
Okay, so you were driving northbound on 75. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. He was driving. I was in the passenger seat, and when we saw that plane, I said, "Hey, listen to Trey. He might have it." So this is what he was driving. Obviously, we were doing 70 mile an hour, and so he's seeing it in the rear mirror. But I turned around the seat and watched the plane out the back window. So,
and please describe to us what you saw. What did you witness?
This is exactly what I saw looking at the plane actually crash. The pilot had turned that plane enough to he hit I-75 southbound lane on the right hand side. The plane come down, obviously hit that truck.
Okay, so it hit a truck in the southbound lane. So that truck is heading south, and this plane comes behind him and clips the truck?
What I saw is the plane, he didn't drive right into the brick wall. He hits the truck, the fuselage hits the highway.
Okay.
And when the plane hit the truck, you could see the fuselage kind of move a little bit, but when it hit the truck, it did not explode on flames at that point. The plane was still going. It wingtipped left, it wingtipped right, and I think when the wingtipped right, it moved the plane into the other direction, and then it hit the wall, and then 2 seconds go by, and it catches on plane. Because I was thinking, like, oh my God, they'd probably be okay.
Wow. Wow. So, and then when you saw it, you watch it, clip the truck, go down under that area to the east of those southbound lanes. It hits the wall, and then do you see it actually explode once it goes down and gets into its final resting place?
When it hit the highway, when it hit 75, it was obviously skidding, and it wasn't going so fast. And I was like, oh my gosh, it probably clipped the landing gear. But when it hit the ground, it was like a soft hit, and then wingtip left, wingtip right.
All right. Listen,
And then
can I ask you the same? I'm sorry to do this, but can I ask you the same thing I'd ask Wes? Can you please turn your radio down?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sir.
That's okay. So when it clips this, it actually touched down with its wheels onto I-75.
Yes, it was on I-75. It was a little bit too far right, but it was on the highway.
Wow.
That's how it hit the truck. So the pilot had obviously, right after he almost clipped our truck, and I-75 is not that big.
Sure.
So it's dropping fast. And he must have banked it hard left with the sticks, and then when it hit the highway, I tell you, it didn't blow up when it hit the highway. It hit like it was just going to slide and be fine. But it wingtipped left, then it wingtipped right, and when it wingtipped right, obviously is when it spun it and then shoved it into the block wall.
Hits the wall, and then
it didn't explode as soon as it hit the ground.
Right, because he was attempting to make a landing on
I-75. He was
I-75.
attempting to make it on I-75 with no power. Yeah, in my opinion, he did a very good job. But honestly, we're sad about the deaths. But it didn't go straight into the brick wall. Once the wing tipped right, then it made a hard right hook into the brick wall. And I don't know if that would be helpful for anyone, but
no. Look, what you've just described to us, I don't know if anyone has given that kind of an in-depth description.
Yeah, that's the way it was.
What we had simply heard with our sister station at Wink News was just that it went down, clipped the truck, then crashed, and what you're again laying out for us is that this, it's a really unfortunate detail that we're talking about.
Yeah,
is that this plane almost made it. It almost was able to land on 75 safely, but it just couldn't. It hits the one car. It, as you've described, dips left, dips right, and upon that wingtip to the right, that's when it goes over into the wall, hits the Windermere wall.
Yes, that's how I saw it.
Thank you. I appreciate the details there.
That was the radio call-in on 92.5 Fox News Radio earlier this afternoon, right after this crash. But let's set up some things for you so we can go and listen again to that tower audio that we have. But we want you to know that this was a Bombardier CL600, a Challenger 600. It's owned, according to the tail number, it's owned by Eastshore Aviation out of Fort Lauderdale. They run a company called HapaJet. Looks like this plane right here. It's an air charter jet company out of Fort Lauderdale. We believe this flight was coming from Columbus, Ohio to the Naples airport, and that's when something went wrong. So why don't we listen to this tower audio that we have so you can hear the pilot for yourself as to what he was experiencing in the plane.
Foxtrot 574, runway 23, turn right heading 270, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile final, Challenger jet.
Foxtrot 574. Okay, Challenger HapaJet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Whoever's got the emergency, clear to land, runway 23. Is that HapaJet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
Astounding how calm he was when he said that. But if we able to piece together things we hear from different sources, we're hearing that. We just heard from a witness who's, said he all but was able to land on 75, didn't go straight into that wall. So it's helping us to create a little bit of a picture of what happened in those last seconds before this horrible, horrible crash.
And with the insight from the firefighters as to what they see just from the burn patterns on the wall and what they see from the flames that they see from your videos that were sent in to us here in the newsroom.
And the training too. We've heard a couple pilots talking about, the first thing that they really focus on in a situation like that is the people on the ground. So it sounds like that's what the pilot was doing as best as we can tell.
Now let's take a look at that video where we talk about that explosion, that small explosion. You're going to see what we're talking about here. There you see the flames on the side of I-75 and the traffic sitting there. And the black smoke, because this has just occurred, and so there's a lot of petroleum or jet fuel in that fire. And there, okay, now watch. We're going to pan back over and you're going to see that small explosion. Right there. Now, if you listen to the retired Naples firefighter, he talks about how those fuel lines in the wings, it may have burned and finally gotten to that other wing that was intact and finally made that explosion occur. Of course, again, we're speculating. We don't know exactly what happened here, but presumably he's turned the opposite direction from the approach when he was landing because he hit that wall and got spun around, and that's why he ended at rest facing north in the southbound lanes.
And we're hearing from a lot of the folks who are helping us piece together their observations are pilots or investigators. And one of the ones we talked with earlier was talking about, two possible scenarios, running out of fuel or birds, and was explaining to us how even if they were running out of fuel, this secondary explosion like this was still possible. And if there had been a lot of fuel on the plane, how much bigger this fire would have been. So we're getting a little bit of a picture of at least the possibilities, which is the best we're able to do right now with the information that we have.
Now, this was a big plane. Here we see people running over on the interstate there, either trying to get away from that scene or maybe running up to see if they could help in this scenario. Because remember, a car was hit here by the wing or by something else and shoved into the median. So other people may have been concerned that others were hurt in this as well. We did hear, of course, from the emergency crews that were on the scene right there that the airport immediately sent their fire suppression trucks with the special foam, the special fire suppression equipment that they need to put out a jet fuel fire like this. And we also saw the video of the sheriff's office helicopter overhead right away, and it didn't take long for multiple fire trucks from multiple fire departments in the Collier County area to get to this scene to put that fire out and to attend to the people who were hurt in those cars that were there on the highway at the time that plane went down.
Considering what they drove up on, they were able to put this fire out in what to me was a remarkably quick time, given everything else that was going on around them and how big that fire looked at one point. And you can see here, as we freeze this shot, you can see all of the cars that are lined up there. This was a scene where a lot of folks got stuck this afternoon, but there were a lot of people nearby, and a lot of them did try to from appearances, do whatever they could to help out here. And but these folks too were also stuck in that for quite a while before they were able to turn their cars around and get out. It's going to be a while. As we look at the truck here off to the side of 75, you can see it got hit. We're not sure exactly how it got hit or by what it got hit, what part of the plane hit it, but this is, a pretty good look at how bad that damage was. And if you think about all this stuff that we're talking about and analyzing frame by frame here, it all happened in a matter of seconds. So it's going to take a while for the NTSB and for the federal investigators who are on their way here right now to figure out the details of what happened.
Absolutely. We just presume, we hope that everyone on the ground was okay. We know the pilot, from what we're hearing from those eyewitnesses, was trying to avoid any of the people on the ground. And if he could have made it to the airport, that would have been his preferred landing site. But it appears he tried to do his darndest to try to avoid the cars on the highway and not hurt anyone on the ground as he tried to get out of this emergency from the air.
Yep. If you're just joining us on CW for Wink News at 6:30, we're in continuing coverage because of this plane crash on I-75 this afternoon, about 3:15 on I-75 near Pine Ridge Road. 2 people died, 3 survived the crash. We're not 100% sure if the 2 people who died were on the plane. It's looking like that is the way it's going to play out, but we don't know for sure. But again, 75 has been a mess this afternoon. Some of you may have been stuck in that, but this huge investigation going on right now to try to figure out how a dual-engine jet aircraft tried to make a landing on I-75 and crashed.
Specifically, a Bombardier CL-600, a Challenger 600 that is a charter plane that is owned by a company in Fort Lauderdale, East Shore Aviation, that runs a charter jet company, HapaJet. They were flying from Columbus, Ohio, to land at the Naples airport when they called in an emergency to the tower that they had lost both engines and that they were not going to make the runway. Instead, landing here on I-75, hitting that wall that you see there, presumably hitting it in multiple places, because as you see up further, you're going to see the hole in the wall where it's really black, and then presumably spun around and was facing the opposite direction by the time it stopped. Burst into flames. Fire crews came on the scene to put that out as quickly as possible. But this fire, this has shut down the interstate in this section of Collier County. That's the other very important piece of information for all of you at home to know. The area of the interstate that's shut down is from Golden Gate Parkway. Here you're looking at live pictures. From Golden Gate Parkway all the way to Pine Ridge is shut down right now in both directions. They are diverting traffic off, and they're asking, the FHP asking very emphatically for you to completely avoid this area of the interstate altogether, and understand that any areas around, any alternate routes are going to be backed up and slow for quite some time, because this is not available and won't be available for quite some time.
Yeah, the investigation into all of this will be starting really tomorrow at daylight. We know the NTSB, we know some people from the FAA are on their way to this area to start to look into this. You can see obviously it's almost dark right now, so there's not a lot they're going to be able to do other than protect the scene until those folks are able to get out there first thing in the morning. But that warning about I-75 and travel in and around this area could extend through the weekend.
And the other thing, Chris, is when you're burning jet fuel, we had firefighters, retired firefighters, telling us it could be burning as hot between 1,500 to as hot as 3,000 degrees. We have to make sure that lanes will not be damaged by that type of heat, that type of fire. Even though it looks like it's off to the edge of the interstate, there could be partial lanes that are compromised. As soon as we know more information about this and learn more, we'll let you know. But all that law enforcement you're seeing on the road right now, we're seeing officers from the Florida Highway, troopers from the Florida Highway Patrol, deputies from the Collier County Sheriff's Office, as well as fire teams from throughout Collier County that were on the scene, helping to assist here while they await for the NTSB to get to the scene.
We have some new video and some new pictures coming in. We're going to, well, this one we've seen, this is what's left. This is the charred plane on the side of the road. This came in, if my memory is right, about an hour after it happened, so you can see kind of what was left there. You can see what appears to be part of an engine on the ground, and all the foam too that we were talking about earlier with the fire investigators and fire people, that they were there quickly from the Naples airport.
Yeah. and you see the emergency response team behind you. You see that RV from the sheriff's office, their command unit that is on the scene. They are in control of this scene right now until the NTSB can get there. So no one is going to get near this plane or near this area until the NTSB can get there and make their determinations, and then maybe they will be able to move this plane to another area. But of course, we don't know. It really depends on what they find out from both the black box in the plane and the voice recorder in the plane as to what exactly was happening on that aircraft leading up to this double engine failure. We've talked to a couple pilots now, as well as Bob Orr, who is the former aviation expert for CBS News, has covered aviation for many, many years. He quickly went to theories too about a double engine failure of a plane that has a fairly good safety record. He was extremely surprised by that, and he also speculated, do you run out of fuel, or is it a bird strike? And that, of course, will be questions that will be asked and answered by the NTSB at some point. But right now, we're just speculating. It's just such an unusual thing to happen that everybody is going to speculate as to what could possibly have caused such a catastrophe.
And we've heard that we're going to get information from the black box, the data recorder, and somebody asked, will it survive that temperature? And the answer is yes. Looking this up online to make sure I was right, black boxes can survive 1,500 to 2,000 degrees of fire. Everybody we've talked to so far seems confident that they will be able to get the black box and the flight data recorder that will help get them some information about exactly what happened, because it seemed like a pretty quick emergency based on what we know at this point, but we don't know what was going on that plane or how long the pilot realized he was having some degree of trouble before it turned into a full mayday and resulted in this on the side of 75 this afternoon. In a very unusual situation. We keep saying it, but it's so true. A plane with two jet engines losing both engines, you've got to try to figure out how that could possibly happen. So the two big ideas that we've heard are basically ran out of fuel and bird strike. And we've had pilots explain to us that it is possible that it could be either way, so we don't want to go beyond that in terms of speculating.
Or it could be something completely different.
Yes.
But yes, when you're looking at that and you're hearing what the limited audio we've heard as he called into the radio control tower, I mean, that's what they're speculating based on that little bit of information. Clearly, NTSB investigators will have a lot more information than that to go on, as well as the wreckage of the plane to look at and make their determination. And as we were told by many people, it's going to be months and months and months before we have a final determination here. But perhaps we will have a little bit of limited information in the coming days and weeks.
Yeah, we've seen with TWA 800 and some of the bigger planes, and the way that they do the investigation is very often to try to reconstruct what they can based on what's left of the plane and try to put together clues just based on the physical aircraft and what's left of it that they can see, in addition to all the other things that they're obviously going to check out, and kind of see what story the plane tells based on what's left of it and the direction and what we know about where it hit. Again, you can see the black along here. A little bit further up the street you can see a greater impact. It'll appear on your screen in just a minute right there through the fence.
Yeah. So let's, if we can talk to the control room here, and can we look at the traffic right now to see what we're looking at on I-75 and in other areas, just to see how things are clearing up? Okay, here you're seeing one of the approaches, and you see the emergency vehicles there at mile marker 104. So this is just before the crash site, which was at about mile marker 105. All right, so you're seeing them keeping and diverting traffic, keeping them off of the interstate at this point, because that section of the interstate is shut down. The other traffic approaching on the other side of the, here we go. Let's go to mile marker 114. This is around the Pine Ridge area, and you see traffic flowing northbound just fine, but you see the southbound traffic when it gets to the exit being diverted off. Nothing is going to be allowed over that viaduct, over that overpass at this point in the evening, because that area of the highway is shut down. So if you look at just the northbound lanes, it's a normal heavy traffic evening on a Friday night, people trying to get home for their weekend, maybe a little bit heavier than normal for this time of evening, but just remember, you're going to have to make plans for a while. We can anticipate, and maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised that they changed their mind, but we can anticipate that that section of the interstate will be closed through much of tomorrow.
Yeah, you can see on the far right side of your screen the line of cars stopped on the far right side at Immokalee Road. A lot of folks, it's a combination of where they're being told to get off and a lot of people's GPS sending them to the same place, but there has been all afternoon since this happened a huge line of folks trying to get off on Immokalee Road because they can't go any further, and coming north trying to get around it on Livingston and other roads like that, which were equally clogged up, and I'm sure will be for quite a while this weekend too.
I think east and west of the interstate, you're going to find all the north-south arteries are going to be a busy place to be just because people can't get around. And Collier County at this time of year is also very, very busy. Here you see the area, there's the crash site. It gives you some perspective. There you see Golden Gate Parkway and the yellow road, the interstate with the crash site marker. And you see Windermere Country Club right there to the left of the interstate. So that gives you some perspective exactly where that crash site was. When we had that pilot on just a little bit earlier, he was talking about he thought perhaps he was trying to land on that golf course because it would have a lot less impact on the number of people on the ground. But maybe he just couldn't get enough power or get enough lift without any engine power to get over that wall and get to the golf course, and instead had to choose the interstate as his landing site.
Well, and it's hard to tell here too, because if you look around the golf course from this view on here, there's not a lot of full golf course there that doesn't have houses around it.
Right.
So I don't.
But if you have a wide enough fairway, it's at least there are going to be fewer people. You're not going to hit cars. You're not going to hit anything else that might be on the roadway. But, you know, again, it's just speculation at this point because he just lost both engines, or he would have obviously preferred to try to make his emergency landing at the airport.
Okay, we're waiting for some new video and new information to come in as well. If you're just joining us tonight, if you're watching on Wink, expecting the CBS Evening News, we're on with you because of this plane crash on I-75 in Collier County today, and on WXCW for Wink News at 6:30, looking at some of the moments right after and that black plume of smoke that came up right after this plane crashed on I-75. We have some new information on this, a new package or story that was put together by CBS for the CBS Evening News tonight. Let's take a look.
Forcing the shutdown of a major interstate. Here's what we know. A private jet, a Challenger 600, was attempting an emergency landing on I-75 when it appeared to collide with the car and then burst into flames, as you can see. Now, this plane was flying from Columbus, Ohio. It had 5 people on board. 2 people have died, and we're learning tonight of a miraculous escape by 3 others. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez has the developing details.
Holy Just after 3 p.m., the private jet crashed into the southbound lanes of Interstate 75 near Naples, Florida, sending a massive fireball into the air.
Okay, Challenger Hoppajet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Got the emergency clear to land runway 23. Is that Hoppajet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway.
Eyewitnesses along the crowded highway captured the aftermath. The plane engulfed in flames. The wreckage slammed up against the highway barrier. Emergency crews rushed to the scene, closing the interstate in both directions. Hundreds of drivers are now stuck, unable to move. The Bombardier Challenger 600 was traveling from Ohio to Naples Airport with 5 people on board. 3 were able to escape, according to officials. Bro. The plane was built in 2004 and operated by Hoppajet Worldwide Jet Charters. No word yet tonight on who was on board.
Yeah, it's extremely rare that an airplane would lose both engines at the same time. And so I think one of the things the NTSB is going to be looking at is how much fuel was on that airplane. Did it maybe run out of fuel?
The plane was based out of this airport behind me in Fort Lauderdale. Tonight, the NTSB is investigating the cause of the crash. And Nora, we have learned the plane was just 3 miles from the runway where it was supposed to land in Naples.
All right, CBS News reporter Manuel Bojorquez there with that. Interesting to hear that the experts they're talking to are mirroring the experts that we're talking to on what is likely to have happened. Again, we can't say for sure, obviously, it's too soon. But possible scenarios that might be likely scenarios.
But everybody, all the airport experts, the people who have experience in planes like this one are saying the same thing, how unusual, how very unusual for something so catastrophic like that to happen, for both jet engines to lose power like that. And he mentioned that they're just 3 miles from the Naples airport where they were trying to get to, and they just couldn't make it. Wake News reporter Amy Gallo is at the Naples airport for us, where it really is pardon me?
I don't think we have Amy. She's not ready yet.
Oh, she's not ready. Okay. Well, it's been business as usual at the Naples airport, but I was just at the Naples airport last week, right on the tarmac, and the Naples airport is a very busy place this time of year. Lots of private planes sitting on the tarmac at the private jet companies there, as well as coming and going throughout the winter season. Not unusual at all. So, you know, for a private jet like that, a Challenger 600 to come in and land at the airport would be nothing unusual. However, today, that very routine trip became nothing but.
We're watching on the left side of your screen here the flight path for that plane, and you can see at the point where it becomes very unusual, straight in, and then right there, something clearly went wrong. And one of the big parts of the investigation will be to see if it really was that quick that something went wrong, or if at what point along that straight line was there any indication, if at all, that there was an issue.
Well, what the voice recorder says will tell a very telling story. If it was routine all the way to the very end, it'll be very unusual.
Yeah, and we'll find out hopefully from that. We do have Amy Gallo now live at the Naples airport. Amy, tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, I just spoke with 2 pilots that frequently fly. One woman told me she flies every day. Both pilots told me that this must have been some sort of freak accident, just off of the info that they do have. Something that one of the pilots that works with Jet One, a charter company in our area, said that I found really interesting was that they would have had seconds, not minutes, to make a decision. And that's because they were at a low altitude and also traveling at not so much speed. So they really didn't have a lot of time to make a decision. That's what a pilot who says he's never flown a plane like this, he flies other smaller aircrafts, is telling me. I did speak to another pilot, a woman here, who tells me she does fly a Challenger. She says these planes are pretty reliable, and she's in disbelief that something like this could be happening. She also mentioned that she's gotten lots and lots of text messages and phone calls from people that use planes like this that are now just frightened to get on one.
I can imagine that would be the case, especially if they believe it to be a reliable plane, and there's just so many questions right now as to what will happen, and they probably know better than most that it will take weeks, if not months, for the NTSB to actually make a ruling on this. But Amy, you were looking earlier, there are so many private planes in that area. Have you been seeing planes take off and land normally right now at Naples Airport?
I have, yeah. It's been business as usual. I've seen pilots coming and going. I've spoken to a few of them. I've seen people coming by to get rental cars, probably after they've gotten off a flight. And we have seen planes take off. I mean, if you take a look over here, you can see a little bit. There are some planes. It's blocked now by a few trucks, but there are planes out on this tarmac, and they have been coming and going. It really is just a normal day at the airport, which is a sharp contrast to what we've been seeing on I-75.
All right, Amy, live for us at the airport. Thank you very much. We have Chris O'Connor on the phone, a witness to this. Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Tell me what you saw, where you were, set the whole scene for us.
Well, I was coming off of a very long week at work, and I thought it couldn't get any worse. And we just got off of 101, or we just got onto 101 heading north. And as we took that bend around, coming up on Golden Gate, we kind of spotted a little bit something funky going on up front, and there wasn't even any smoke at this point. And then next thing you know, we got all kinds of black smoke, and me and the kids were heading up to Tampa for a volleyball tournament, and we're trying to figure out what's going on with this crash, because this crash is all the time going on, traffic hour going north and south. And I swear to you, the craziest thing about all of this is it just crashed, and I swear within a minute or two, Collier County Sheriff's Department had their helicopter there.
Yep.
How they got there so fast, I'm not sure, but it was remarkable to see the first responders there as fast as they were. And and you know, we were kind of listening to it on the radio on our way up to Tampa, and it sounds like the guy kind of avoided traffic and landed in the grass to avoid, you know, killing even more people. And God bless that man. He's a legitimate hero for doing that.
Yeah. So when you say you just saw something going on up there, did you realize that it was a plane that had crashed on the side of the highway when you were approaching it, or did it take you a little while to figure out what was going on?
I mean, honestly, my fiance Casey and my oldest daughter called it, and I was like, there's no way that actually happened. And frankly, I'm probably still in a state of shock at this point, because we're still on our way to a volleyball tournament up in Tampa, and we haven't even really realized what we just saw, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, they called it. I said no, and then we came up on it, and that's when there was a couple big bangs that happened with the fire, and we got a couple videos of it. But I mean, Collier County Sheriff's Department, they landed their helicopter like right in front of us. I swear to you, within a minute or two of it crashing. I mean, the response time was unbelievable, and I mean, thank you, Collier County and our first responders, because it's a true testament to the response time of the first responders in our community, and we couldn't be more thankful for where we live in Southwest Florida.
Right, absolutely. And you know, he made a Mayday call, so the Collier County Sheriff's ready to go. They're in the air when they hear that Mayday call, I'm sure, and they're on their way, as well as the Naples Airport, sending their fire suppression units out to that scene right away as well. But Chris, did you see any of the other vehicles that were involved in this? Reportedly, the vehicle was hit by that plane and had suffered some severe damage. Did you see that vehicle as well?
We did see the white pickup truck that appeared to get hit by it. It was in the median, and you know, it was just truly devastating. I mean, the scene was. It was a war zone. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it was very traumatic. It's very intense what just happened. I think it's going to take people a little while to realize exactly the severity of what actually happened out there.
Oh, I'm sure. Now, you said you saw a couple of bangs or heard a couple of bangs. Can you be any more specific about that? Were those explosions? Was that fuel burning?
They were explosions. I'm assuming they were fuel explosions. Yeah. We saw two. I mean, we were basically coming up on the Golden Gate exit. We saw one, and everybody started slamming on their brakes, and within another minute or two, there was another explosion. But it looked like it was burning so hot, and honestly, there for a minute, I thought it was a fuel tanker, and I had my kids in the car, and I was just trying to get past it. Yes. The helicopter landed in front of us. And I'm like, I want to get away from this. And then we realized it was a plane as we were like about to pass it. And we got through it and we got out of it. It was like a war zone. Seriously, the first responders deserve the utmost respect for how they came and how they got there so fast. And how they got everybody out of harm's way. It was truly remarkable.
Yeah, so you were able to get out of there fairly quickly. You were stopped briefly, and then you were able to just move on and get away from this emergency scene. Is that correct?
We did. And the first thing I did was I posted on Facebook to stay away from this area, because it was, I mean, it could have been a lot worse, I think. But I was just like, everybody just stay away from here, because it is truly awful.
Yeah, well, that's going to be that way for some time, but boy, oh boy, Chris, you really saw something. I'm glad your family is okay. Glad everybody else was able to get away from that emergency scene like you. Yeah, just a tragic day on the interstate in Collier County today.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, but seriously, and that pilot, there's no doubt in my mind that guy's a hero, and you know, that pilot's a hero, and our first responders are awesome. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
very
Chris.
much for telling us what you saw. We appreciate that very much. I hope he has a peaceful weekend up there and gets away from all of that. He brought up a point that I think it's going to be really interesting to find out, you know, everything the pilot did as best as we can determine to avoid more people. Because
That's right.
there was really no way to avoid everybody. So
Well,
he had to make some awful decisions.
Right, and so many pilots tell us, they're trained regularly for this very scenario so that they can do it with a cool, calm head. And everything we've heard so far, and albeit not very much at this point, but that pilot was very calm, cool, and collected and did the best he could at this point that we can tell. Now let's go to Liz Byro, who is in a neighborhood just on the other side of that wall where you see the plane crashed, with the neighbors who have been experiencing what's going on down there in their neighborhood, in their normally quiet neighborhood,
Right.
I would assume, Liz.
This is Javan and Aris Kapadi, and right now we're in between exit 107 and 105. They are right up against where this crash happened. I'm going to start with you, Javan. I mean, you were home when it happened. What did you see? What did you hear?
Yeah, I was upstairs getting ready to go to the gym, and all of a sudden I heard an explosion, or sounded like an explosion. My house shook, and I thought that maybe somebody hit my house. And then I looked out the window, and I saw black smoke and a bunch of helicopters just right out there. And so I didn't know exactly what happened. And then I started walking out, probably maybe about 150 yards or so south of my house, and I just started smelling jet fuel. I thought maybe it was an oil tanker or something like that exploded, and then started finding debris from an airplane.
I mean, this was so intense. It actually shook your home. And you were telling me, too, I mean, you walked outside and it was hard to breathe. The jet fuel was so strong.
Oh, yeah. So it's, as you walk closer to where the crash happened, you could just, like, you were breathing the jet fuel. So, yeah, it was pretty intense.
And where we are right now, again, I mean, I want to explain how close we are to where this happened. We actually have caution tape right behind us, and you probably can't see with how dark it is, but this is a wall right here that separates I-75 from your homes, that sound barrier.
Exactly.
The plane wing, and if we can pull up the video of it, actually hit part of the wall right over there. Tell me about that. You walked up, you peered over. What did you see?
Yeah, so there was the plane was actually still on fire. So I saw parts of the plane, the oxygen tanks. I saw the wheels of the plane. They were still on fire. And then I saw them putting out. It was all smoke, so I couldn't even tell that there was an airplane at the time. And then when they put the fire out, then I could see that was an actual airplane. That's when we realized, what actually had happened.
And you actually had plane debris in your lawn.
Not directly in my lawn, but just a little, like a few feet away from us, yes. And that's why there's tape right over here, because there's debris all over the place.
What's that reaction? Obviously, you're living 4 miles from the airport. You hear planes every now and then. But what's that reaction when you hear that crash and you see a planes come down? Is this something that you feared?
Well, yeah, because where we live, it's right to the Naples airport, so planes are always flying over our house. So yeah, at the back of your mind, there's always a fear that what if a plane crashed? But then to actually see that actually happen, it's like from a movie, and it's very hard to believe that it actually happened.
You may be one of the first witnesses on scene, besides the people who were on I-75, walking up to that wall, peering over, seeing a plane. What's that first thought?
Just in shock. I'm still shaking to this moment. It's just shocking to it's hard to even comprehend what actually happened.
It's unsettling. I mean, I saw the pictures that you saw, and hopefully we can get those up on the screen right now. But I mean, you see this plane in shambles. You have a picture of the white pickup truck, and we now know that that person survived. I mean,
it's unbelievable. Yeah, we didn't know what happened because we weren't watching the news. It just happened. So then we saw the truck, and then the firefighter said, "Looks like the plane hit that truck." So we didn't even know really what had happened. We just saw a plane in flames and didn't even know what happened.
It's just all so shocking. And
Very
you have your
scary.
son here. I mean, you were not home, obviously.
Yeah, I was at my friend's house.
You were at your friend's house.
Yeah, with you.
And you come home and you talk. I mean, what's your thought with your son too? I mean, just hearing what happened, and how do you explain this? And
Well, thank God they weren't home, and we were very lucky because again, it's maybe another 150 yards or so, and thank God for that barrier. Right? I don't know if you can see, but there's that barrier from 75, and then from the photos that you see, it totally collapsed. So we're very, very fortunate, especially for that pilot, who really did everything he could to save lives on the ground. Because imagine if he was just right over that barrier. That could have been one of our homes right over here. It could have been our home. Could have been these homes right back here. So we were very, very fortunate. But my thoughts and prayers are for those who lost their lives in this tragic event.
definitely, and that's something we've been hearing from aviation trainers, pilots, retired firefighters in the area is, you're trained to, if you're in a residential area, go down somewhere where the least amount of people are going to be hurt. You obviously live right on the other side of this wall. Thankful, but there, again, just we kind of talked about the fear when you're living this close to an airport.
Yes, definitely. Very scary.
Yeah.
You just don't think it'll ever happen to you.
Yeah, you really don't. You really don't. Now you have all this airplane equipment. We're going to have to get that back. And just any final thoughts coming from you and your neighbors? What are your neighbors saying about all this? Did they feel that shake too?
Yeah, they all did. So, I mean, immediately, like seconds after I came downstairs or I came out to my front lawn, all the neighbors around, they're all like, what happened? And none of us knew what happened. So we were all just in shock. And again, we saw the black smoke. What happened? So we all started walking towards there to see what happened. So it was, very scary, but we're also very fortunate and blessed that luckily nothing happened to any of our neighbors here. We were okay, but again, our thoughts and prayers are for those that lost their lives in this event.
And again, you got a rare look that many of us didn't get. We're hearing that this was not a prop plane, this was a Challenger. This is a massive jet, 6 windows that, came down. Tell me about that size. I mean, when you did peer over and you saw, were you also like, wow?
Well, at first I couldn't even tell what it was. It was just a cloud of smoke, and I just saw the landing gear. So I couldn't even really see the plane because it was just on fire and it was just so much smoke. But then when I came back a little bit later, once they had taken the fire out, now you could see probably maybe half the plane because it had burned. So I didn't even really know the true size of the plane either.
And then one more question. I mean, again, being so close to the airport, we heard the impact when it hit the ground, but did you hear the plane when he was coming toward the runway?
No, I didn't. So again, I had just come home from work, so I all I heard was just a loud, like sounded like an explosion. So, and then as soon as I looked out the window, I saw the helicopter. So I'm assuming the plane, or it probably had already landed, and I'm assuming it probably blew up later, or that's what the explosion sound was, because that's what I heard. I didn't hear the initial crash, but I heard an explosion.
Well, definitely a scary scene, not something that you expect on your Friday. And like you said, props to the pilot for coming down in a place where as little civilians could be hurt as possible. And right now, I'm sure you're hearing something you don't typically hear where you live, which is silence. We're not hearing any highway. The highway is still...
No road noise.
No road noise. Typically sound like this?
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Very quiet. Lois and Chris, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to toss it back over to you guys, and I'll bring more on Havid's story, more of those photos, those videos of over that wall later on tonight. They are really something you cannot miss.
Wow. Well, we're really glad the Kapadias are safe tonight and all their neighbors are safe, and none of the fire spread into their neighborhood, and everything was handled so quickly. It really worked out well for everyone, with the exception of those people who perished on that plane. But that pilot, everyone is giving that pilot kudos for his calm, cool demeanor and his skill in that plane.
It's hard to count the ways this could have been worse. If you're just joining us now, 2 minutes past 7 for Wink News at 7, our big story tonight is a plane crash on the side of I-75 this afternoon about 3:15 right near Pine Ridge Road. A dual jet plane went down. You can see it behind us there, the ball of flames, the black smoke this afternoon. A lot of you are probably stuck in the traffic, either on 75 or if you live in and around Naples, certainly getting around, but this was the scene right after impact. As best as we can tell at this point, the pilot made a valiant effort to land on 75 and was not able to fully pull that off.
Yeah, Challenger 600. It has seating for 10 plus the 2 pilots who would be on board. 5 people were on that plane. 2, unfortunately, have died on the scene of this crash, but 3 people did get out of that plane and are alive, which is just an unbelievable miracle when you look at the flames on that fuselage and how hot it got and how quickly emergency responders got there to put that fire out.
We have Peggy Galvin on the phone with us with a kind of a remarkable story. Peggy, can you hear me first of all?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, as I understand it, you flew into RSW from Boston today, rented a car, you were headed to Marco Island, and then your car got hit by the wing of this plane.
Yes.
Tell me about
that. Very scary.
I was with my daughter, who was sitting in the front seat. I was driving, and my sister was in the back seat. And I was in the passing lane, and all of a sudden my daughter happened to look in the rearview mirror and said, "Mom, brace for impact." And so the wing hit the car. I really didn't know what we had been hit. I thought it was maybe a truck. I did not know it was a plane. And it hit us, and we kind of went side to side on the road. And we were close to flipping over, but I was able to pull the car over to the side of the road. And as soon as we did that, we saw the plane just burst into flames.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we can hear the stress and the anguish you're feeling just as you recall this. But can I ask you, so you're driving south on I-75 heading toward Marco Island, and the plane is coming up behind you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you witness the plane hit the wall, the barrier wall there along I-75?
I think at that time, I was trying to get the car to the side of the road, and then as soon as we turned around, we just saw the ball of flame and the smoke come up after it apparently hit the wall, and then the plane was facing the opposite direction.
Can you tell us, Peggy, what color is your rental car?
It was a black Nissan Armada.
And is the black back window knocked out?
Yes.
We're looking at it right now from our aerial pictures along the side of I-75. So we're seeing exactly what you're talking about. Wow.
And we see two people walking near it, one dressed in black, one in white and pink. Are either of those you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, people at home, we're seeing right now the moments right after your car and the extent of the damage.
Oh.
So frightening, and you.
It was so frightening. I'm so blessed that we are okay.
And the emergency crews got to you quickly. I see them near your location.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Yes, very quickly. They were wonderful.
Well, my goodness, you certainly deserve a Marco relaxing vacation after that. Gosh, we are so happy you're okay. How much traffic was on the interstate at the time when you were driving?
We had been in traffic, but then it had opened up, so it wasn't like very congested at that time. And as I say, I thought that a truck was hitting us. I had no idea that it was a plane until I got over to the side of the road, and we were pretty close to the plane. So then I pulled the car up to get away from the flames.
Yes.
But my heart goes out to the ones who lost their lives today.
Absolutely.
It was a terrible scene.
Oh, I'm sure it was, and I'm sure it's not one you will quickly forget.
I will never forget it. No.
My goodness, but you are okay, and we are happy. We are so happy that you're okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm happy we're all okay also.
I guess before we let you go on your merry vacation, because you deserve that, you can't really prepare yourself for something like this, but how did you keep your wits about you? Were you calm and collected, or did your emergency instincts just kick in? What was
my emergency instincts just kicked in?
They did.
As my daughter said, Mom, you controlled that car for sure.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
How long?
I'm happy that we're okay.
Yeah, for sure. How long, if you can fathom this, between when you first saw that plane in the rearview mirror and you were on the side of the road here?
It was pretty quick. It was pretty quick. I would say less than a minute, maybe a minute. It's really a blur to me now.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Peggy, for talking to us. Hug everybody a little tighter tonight. I mean, we're so glad that you're well, and enjoy your time on Marco Island.
Thank you so much. And again, I'm sorry for those that lost their lives today.
So are we.
The terrible accident.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. We really appreciate
thank you very much.
All right. We have Wink News reporter Michelle Alvarez, who has been checking out the situation around Naples, around the traffic, around people trying to get on with their lives around all of this. Michelle, tell us where you are and what you see.
Chris, I'm right off exit 105 on Golden Gate Parkway. Now, we've been here for several hours, and it did take us a while to get here. Traffic was insane trying to get here, very backed up. A lot of roads were, closed and still closed, like I-75. But like I mentioned, we've been here for hours. Traffic was insane earlier. Now it's gotten a lot better. It is going a little bit smoother, but I-75 on Golden Gate Parkway southbound is still closed, as you can see behind me. Now, I'm going to move out of the way, but there are a lot of law enforcement vehicles still around this area, especially on the interstate, right where you can see where we're standing. There's just some shared vehicles, and we have seen fire trucks and other vehicles come out as well, but no one is allowed.
Michelle, if you can hear us, we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. We think we might be hearing you over your camera mic instead of the mic you have in your hand. So if you could go closer to the camera, that would be helpful, just to let us know what you're seeing there on the interstate and what drivers should expect.
You guys hear me okay? So I am on I-75, and like I said, there are law enforcement.
All right, we'll get that fixed for you. But you can see there on the live picture the situation and the problem. And she was at
the Golden Gate exit
from Pine Bridge the last couple of times we've spoken to her, having a hard time getting from place to place, as I'm sure a lot of people there are. One of the things that we have been, as we try to figure out what's going on here, we've talked to a bunch of pilots and investigators going through this, and one of the possibilities is bird strikes. We don't know if that has anything to do with this, but we are pulling information on how often bird strikes happen near the Naples airport. And since the beginning of 2022, there have been 31 over the course of basically 2 years, 2022 and last year, 31 bird strike reports near the Naples airport. So that'll be one of the things everybody's looking at here, in addition to all the other possibilities, but we're trying to pin down what is likely and what's not at this point.
We also just talked to the president of Jet1, Keaton Phillips, and we're going to listen to what he had to say and what he is thinking about what he's hearing about this crash and what he knows about this type of plane.
Yeah, there should have been plenty of fuel, and I don't know. We talked about it with our director of maintenance. We talked about it with our chief pilot. I mean, the chances of something like that happening are slim to none. So, I mean, we'll have to see what happened, I'm sure, when they look at the tapes and whatnot. But yeah.
Could you start with your name and spell it for us?
Do you
Sure.
guys want to be on the same side?
That's fine.
Okay. Pretend
Yeah.
they're not there, you're not live, so
Okay.
don't worry if you mess up and just
Okay.
look at us.
All right. My name's Keaton Phillips. It's Keaton. Phillips is Phillips, and I'm the president at Jet1.
So you were telling us you don't fly jets, but you do fly smaller aircrafts.
Mhm.
I guess, and you were listening to the scanner, so I don't know where you want to start. This must hit close to home.
Sure. Yeah, it was very scary initially, and obviously we were trying to gather as much information as possible. We wanted to first make sure it had nothing to do with any of our flights or anybody that we knew, and just if there was anybody that we could help or be of assistance. Obviously all of the emergency services in Naples had it covered, but fortunately it didn't have anything to do with us. But yeah, we were listening to the ATC recording. We heard the pilot declare a 5-mile final. They were cleared to land, and then they reported a dual engine failure. The tower cleared them to land again. They reported that they weren't going to make it to the runway, and I guess that's when they tried to emergency land on 75. So, and I was saying something like that is extremely rare. I mean, a dual engine failure on a jet like that is almost impossible. So, I mean, if there was a dual bird strike simultaneously or something like that, but the chances of that happening are not likely. So I'm not even sure what could have caused it, but yeah.
Now, do you want to ask him?
Yeah. So we're hearing that a couple people actually may have survived, like or at least they're still alive right now.
Yep.
How is that?
Yeah, I saw a video of the wreck, and it looked like just making assumptions, but it looked like the back half of the aircraft was more intact than the front. So I'm assuming if there were some survivors, it was likely the passengers and maybe the crew that didn't make it. But again, anything could have happened. I don't know, but that's just what it looked like from the wreckage. But hopefully people did survive. I mean,
having flown planes like this before, not like this one, but what is that protocol when like this is going on? I mean, you have minutes to react.
Yeah, so we did look at all of the variables on this quickly and made a quick assessment of it, but they were level on approach at 1,800 feet. They would have been configured for landing at a lower speed. So really, they didn't have altitude. They were at 1,800 feet. They didn't have speed, so there's really no compromise. I mean, they would have had seconds, not minutes. I mean, I'm assuming that's why. You know, if they were at altitude with more airspeed, they would have had time to configure appropriately, look for a place to land, and likely could have had a more or less uneventful landing. It would have been on 75, still crazy, but it might not have been the same result, but they would have literally just had seconds to adjust with them being at only 1,800 feet at low airspeed. So, yeah.
Do you know when the last small plane crash here heading into Naples Airport was? I heard maybe 10 years ago.
I haven't. I'm not familiar with any like fatal accidents. You do see some of the smaller aircraft. Usually when there's something like this, it's typically a smaller aircraft like a Cessna 172, a flight school or something. I know a few years ago there was a landing just across at Naples Grand Golf Course. I think they more or less successfully landed on one of the fairways. That's, I would say, not common, but when you look at a crash or an emergency landing, something like that in a small GA aircraft is more common. Something like this happening is very rare.
And I don't know, I don't want to keep it for too long,
Yeah.
but I guess emotionally, right? Like even you talking right now, I can see it's kind of hard. I mean, this is insane.
Yeah, so I just saw some of our clients flying out. They're flying from here to Kalamazoo, Michigan, and obviously people have seen it on the news. They said it was right by their house, so trying to reassure passengers before they get on a flight that they're going to be okay. That's not going to happen to them. I mean, this really is a freak accident. So yeah, it's a crazy consideration. It's something that we definitely think about and hope that never happens. It's worst case scenario for a charter company, management company, pilots, you know, anybody involved. It's obviously terrible. So a lot to think about.
Is there any way to tell that something like this would have happened or no?
As
Like before, like something you could have checked for, or not really, you don't have enough info?
Yeah, I don't have enough information as to what caused it. I'm assuming they will, you know, NTSB will look and try to figure out what the cause was, if it was a mechanical issue or if it was pilot error or something like that. I mean, typically when something like this does occur, there's a lesson learned, but in advance, I mean, this charter operator, we looked, they are Argus Platinum, Wyvern certified, ISBEO, basically all of the top safety accreditations that you can have, they did have. So I would assume that they were doing their due diligence and the best that they could to prevent something like this happening. I really think, like I said, the stars aligned for the worst on this one, and I don't know.
It was a nice plane. You've seen pictures of it, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was, I believe it was a 2005 Challenger 604. The engines are GE engines. They're very reliable. The Challenger 604 is known for its reliability. It's an aircraft that we're familiar with. It's an aircraft that, you know, we charter for our clients as well. So again, it's nothing. I don't think that anybody did wrong or cut corners or a bad airplane. It's just a freak accident. So.
Before we let you go on about your day?
You know, the one thing he said, Chris, that's very interesting is he said they were listening to the tower traffic and they heard the 5-mile final. Well, the crash was within about 3 miles of the airport. So there really wasn't much time if all seems well at 5 miles out to make a change.
And that answers one of the questions that we've been asking all afternoon. At what point,
right.
And from the information that we have, and granted we have very little, there'll be more, but it seems like they were fine up until very, very close to this happening.
Yeah. Well, we just heard him mention the NTSB, and we just got a statement from the NTSB, and we want to read that to you. It says the NTSB has opened an investigation into the crash of the Bombardier CL600, the Challenger 600, on Friday afternoon on a highway in Naples, Florida. The preliminary information we have is that the pilot radioed that the airplane had a dual engine failure on approach into the Naples airport. The flight originated at Ohio State University Airport in Columbus, Ohio. An NTSB investigator arrived at the accident site this afternoon. Several more NTSB investigators will arrive on Saturday. They will document the scene and examine the aircraft. The aircraft will then be recovered to a secure facility for further evaluation. NTSB investigations involve 3 primary areas: the pilot, the aircraft, and the operating environment. As part of this process, investigators will gather the following information and records, and it goes on from there. But that gives you a pretty good idea. We already have NTSB investigator on the ground, more to come, and that'll give you a good idea of how long this interstate, too, is going to be closed, Chris.
How long they'll need on the ground. And it also, to bring up a point that was a big deal earlier, the potential connection with Ohio State University, it's just the airport that they used. It's not, has no affiliation with the university directly. I know there's a lot of Ohio State alum around here who would be curious to know, but that's where the plane left from, and that appears to be the only connection at this point.
Yeah. Now, we got our audio issues cleared up with Michelle Alvarez, who is on the interstate at Golden Gate Parkway. And Michelle, tell us again what you were saying, or what the sheriff's office and the Florida Highway Patrol are telling you about travel on the interstate.
Yeah, Lois, as I was saying, we are on the interstate of I-75, of course. We are on the southbound lane coming out on Golden Gate Parkway. We've been here for several hours, and traffic was backed up way earlier, a little bit after this aircraft crash happened. But since then, traffic has been moving a little bit more smoother. And as I mentioned, still I-75, the ramp on Golden Gate Parkway is still closed, meaning no cars can get onto the interstate. Behind me, you can still see, though, some law enforcement vehicles that have been here for hours, of course, since this accident happened. And we have been seeing several law enforcement vehicles coming out of here. No cars going in, of course. Law enforcement vehicles, fire trucks, things like that, but no one else. And traffic has been moving smoother now. Of course, the FAA had a large section of I-75 closed in order to investigate this crash, which we now know has 2 confirmed fatalities. And the southbound traffic was closed at mile marker 111, that's Immokalee Road, and northbound traffic is still closed at 105 mile marker, that's Golden Gate Parkway. Now, the closure is expected to last for an extended period of time. Earlier, the FAA said the road might have even been closed for the next 24 hours, so it's important to find alternate routes if you're able to. Now, the Collier County Sheriff's Office and FHP are both assisting with traffic and the security of this scene since it happened, and they're also working with the FAA to determine when some of those lanes will be able to reopen to traffic in the affected area. Now, earlier we did talk with a retired fire investigator about this crash. Take a listen.
Well, it's a fire involving a petroleum product or an alcohol-based product, and could reach temperatures of anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 degrees. You'll be able to tell if the metal on the plane is melted or not, but probably in the area of around 1,500 degrees. And there's just a lot of fuel there. You can tell by the redness of the flames that it is a petroleum-based fuel that's burning.
Sounds like we've talked to several experts today here on Wink News, and they've said that this is just a rare accident. Now, of course, we're going to learn more details as the investigation continues, and as you guys have been mentioning, tomorrow in the morning, first thing, investigators will make their way here to the scene to find out more details. Now, this is all the information we have right now. Of course, 5 people were on that plane. There were 2 confirmed deaths, and 3 people made it out alive, but we'll continue to update you both on air and online, again, as we get more details. We're now reporting live in Collier County. Michelle Alvarez, Wink News.
All right, Michelle, thank you very much. And as a practical matter there, too, if you're in Lee County, that means if you're thinking about you got to get through or around Collier County, you don't even want to cross the county line, because if people are getting off at Immokalee Road, that's your first chance in Collier. Bonita Beach Road is going to be your last chance to get off the exit or in the interstate heading south from here. So you want to plan well ahead, even if you don't live in Collier County, because the county is going to be inaccessible until they open this road.
Yeah, FHP is asking you just to avoid the area altogether. Now, we've had some experts calling in since this incident occurred, and Larry Plack called in earlier and gave us some of his expertise on what he saw when he was looking at some of this video and hearing some of the early information from this plane crash.
It appears that based on your caller who said that he and his father were driving and saw the vehicle come right over his car, that the plane was actually going perpendicular to the highway and westbound. That's when the pilot said that they weren't going to make it, and I suspect that he was going to attempt to land in that golf course, but that wall came up too fast, and he didn't have enough altitude, and he went right into that wall head on. unbelievably tragic scenario where you say 3 people made their way out of there. That is a miracle. A retired fire investigator, and I look at burn patterns. And if you look at the remains of the aircraft, the left engine is unburned, the left wing is unburned, the right side of the plane is. And if you look at the massive fire on the front, it looks like the front end is smashed in completely. So looking at a aerial view of the area, it appears that he was going westbound, perhaps on his final approach, on his down leg approach to the airport. And I suspect, based on the calmness of his broadcast, that he said he couldn't make it, that he was going to attempt to land in the Windermere Country Club. And he just lost altitude too fast, and it appears that he slammed straight into that wall head on.
Yeah, and there's only that one spot of the wall that actually collapsed.
Right.
The other part stayed intact. So whether he hit it and bounced off that wall and then that spun him around, but it's just very unusual.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a different nuance to what he's saying and to what we heard, because we've heard people who say it looked like he was trying to land on 75 and then something turned him. He was saying at one point it was coming in perpendicular to I-75, but there's a lot that happened really, really fast there. So it'll be interesting to see, as we learn second by second, quite literally, what happened.
Yeah, earlier this afternoon, Trey Radel, the host of The Drive on 92.5 Fox News, was on the air when he got a call from someone who was a witness on the scene, and they had a conversation about exactly what he saw.
Hey, how you doing, Trey? I love the show. Hey, so yes, I was witness that, and my son Wes, I was in the car with him, but I do want to clear up a couple things. That
real quick, you're a witness to this?
Yeah, I'm Wes's dad. I was in the truck with him. He called.
Okay, so Wes called in earlier at the 4 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were driving northbound on 75. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. He was driving. I was in the passenger seat, and when we saw that plane, I said, "Hey, listen to Trey. He might have it." So this is what. He was driving. Obviously, we were doing 70 mile an hour, and so he's seeing in the rear mirror. But I turned around the seat and watched the plane out the back window. So,
and please describe to us what you saw. What did you witness?
This is exactly what I saw looking at the plane actually crash. The pilot had turned that plane enough to he hit I-75 southbound lane on the right-hand side. The plane come down, obviously hit that truck.
Okay, so it hit a truck in the southbound lane. So that truck is heading south, and this plane comes behind him and clips the truck?
What I saw is the plane, he didn't drive right into the brick wall. He hits the truck, the fuselage hits the highway.
Okay.
And when the plane hit the truck, you could see the fuselage kind of move a little bit, but when it hit the truck, it did not explode on flames at that point. The plane was still going. It wingtipped left, it wingtipped right, and I think when the wing tipped right, it moved the plane into the other direction, and then it hit the wall, and then 2 seconds go by, and it catches on flame. Because I was thinking, oh my God, they'd probably be okay.
Wow. Wow. So, and then when you saw it, you watch it, clip the truck, go down under that area to the east of those southbound lanes. It hits the wall, and then do you see it actually explode once it goes down and gets into its final resting place?
When it hit the highway, when it hit 75, it was obviously skidding, and it wasn't going so fast. And I was like, oh my gosh, it probably clipped the landing gear. But when it hit the ground, it was like a soft hit, and then wingtip left, wingtip right.
All right. Listen, can I ask you the same? I'm sorry to do this, but can I ask you the same thing I'd ask Wes? Can you please turn your radio down
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay.
Papa said-
So when it clips this, it actually touched down with its wheels onto I-75.
Yes, it was on I-75. It was a little bit too far right, but it was on the highway.
Wow.
That's how it hit the truck. So the pilot had obviously, right after he almost clipped our truck, and I-75 is not that big.
Sure.
So it's dropping fast, and he must have banked it hard left with the stick, and then when it hit the highway, I tell you, it didn't blow up when it hit the highway. It hit like it was just going to slide and be fine. But it wingtipped left, then it wingtipped right, and when it wingtipped right, obviously is when it spun it and then shoved it into the block wall.
It's the wall, and then
it didn't explode as soon as it hit the ground.
Right, because he was attempting to make a landing on
He was
I-75.
attempting to make it on I-75 with no power. Yeah, in my opinion, he did a very good job. But honestly, we're sad about the deaths. But it didn't go straight into the brick wall. Once the wing tipped right, then it made a hard right hook into the brick wall. And I don't know if that would be helpful for anyone, but
No, look, what you've just described to us, I don't know if anyone has given that kind of an in-depth description.
Yeah, that's the way it was.
What we had simply heard with our sister station at Wink News was just that it went down, clipped the truck, then crashed, and what you're again laying out for us is that this, it's a really unfortunate detail that we're talking about.
Yes,
is
of
that
course,
this plane almost made it. It almost was able to land on 75 safely. But it just couldn't. It hits the one car. It, as you've described, dips left, dips right, and upon that wingtip to the right, that's when it goes over into the wall, hits the Windermere wall.
Well, yes, that's how I saw it.
Thank you. I appreciate the details there.
That caller, and it was one of the first callers that we heard from, one of the first witnesses we heard from. Interesting now that we've heard from a few more, how the substance of what they all saw is very, very similar, but there's little different nuances to what everybody thinks that they saw, and it kind of gives you an idea of the huge task that these investigators now have in piecing this together, because they're going to have to put all that together with what they see and figure out what really happened.
But you know what? They hit a truck. He saw that. He hit a truck. But now we're learning, hours after, that wasn't the only person hit by that plane. And we talked to a woman a little bit earlier about that. Peggy Galvin, who was leaving the airport, rents a car on her way to Marco Island on vacation, and the inexplicable happens.
And they saw, we're going to hear from them in a minute. I think we're putting that together. Let me know when it's ready. Okay. All right, we have it now. You're going to hear her say they saw the plane coming up from behind her. Take a listen. We have Peggy Galvin on the phone with us, and with a kind of a remarkable story. Peggy, can you hear me first of all?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, as I understand it, you flew into RSW from Boston today, rented a car, you were headed to Marco Island, and then your car got hit by the wing of this plane.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Very scary. I was with my daughter, who was sitting in the front seat. I was driving, and my sister was in the back seat. And I was in the passing lane, and all of a sudden my daughter happened to look in the rearview mirror and said, "Mom, brace for impact." And so the wing hit the car. I really didn't know what we had been hit. I thought it was maybe a truck. I did not know it was a plane. And it hit us, and we kind of went side to side on the road. And we were close to flipping over, but I was able to pull the car over to the side of the road. And as soon as we did that, we saw the plane just burst into flames.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we can hear the stress and the anguish you're feeling just as you recall this. But can I ask you, so you're driving south on I-75, heading toward Marco Island, and the plane is coming up behind you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you witness the plane hit the wall, the barrier wall there along I-75?
I think at that time
I was trying to get the car to the side of the road, and then as soon as we turned around, we just saw the ball of flame and the smoke come up after it apparently hit the wall.
All right, what a horrifying story. And that was them on the side of the road there. That black car is their rental car. That's the two of them walking on the side of the car. They're on their phones. Just horrifying.
Now we'll go back to more with our conversation with Peggy later, but we want to go to Liz Byro, who is now at the accident scene where the plane crash occurred. And she was just on the other side of that barrier wall. So what are you seeing now, Liz? It's very dark out there, but can you see more than we can see from here?
And I actually am still on this same side of the barrier wall. Again, just to put it into context, right over this right here is where that crash happened. The plane wing actually knocked down half of that wall. If you remember, those walls on the side of I-75. So the homeowner who's home at right now could actually see over to the crash directly. Now, what's happening behind me right now? Not a ton of information. They're actually just putting up lights right now to kind of discourage people from messing with the debris. All around here, there was debris from the plane as well as on the other side of the wall. So if we can move over, Ashley, we're able to see it right now. You can see crews are kind of cranking this light up on the right side of your screen. Again, just to keep people away, keep everyone from tampering with evidence. We have caution tape up and around this area right now. And neighbors, as we heard recently, all over here, heard the crash. Their homes were shaking. They came outside and, yeah.
It's absolutely, I can't imagine them coming home on a Friday night expecting a nice relaxing weekend and they hear this loud boom and see something that's just unexplainable to them, I'm sure.
No, it definitely is. It sounded like one homeowner said like somebody actually hit his home with a car. And if we actually can walk over here, I do want to show you guys one piece that we showed earlier. I'm actually going to lift a light up. We're really going to walk over here. One of the pieces of debris. We'll walk over here. Woo. Okay. And I'm actually going to use my phone flashlight to show you all. I mean, look at this. This is in a homeowner's yard. And again, these are people who live just 4 miles away from Naples Airport. They hear the planes coming overhead fairly often, but this is a plane crash that happened just outside their home. And again, what we've heard all night is just kudos to that pilot for keeping residents safe.
He is going to be there soon to pick up that piece because every piece of the puzzle tells a story. And we know that they have one NTSB investigator already on the ground, so I'm sure they'll be getting a visit in that yard.
Liz, if you can still hear me, that whole neighborhood you're in, obviously there's other houses. We saw people out in the driveway behind you. How far does that debris field go? I mean, to use the term loosely, is it in several people's yards? Is it just in that one place?
Yeah, I mean, let's walk back over here. Just in this one area. Again, this is right out just next to I-75, but it did stretch over. And even when they were, I'm going to move over into the lights so y'all can see me here, even when they were pulling this vehicle in to bring this light to block off this area, you heard one of the members of Collier County Sheriff's Office saying, oh, that's a piece of debris right there. We need to watch out of the way of that. So you can tell that things scattered over here. And this homeowner again was telling me when he saw that black smoke, felt his home shake, smelt the jet fuel, he came outside and he was, of course, as one would, picking things up because you're looking, you're like, oh, someone probably needs this. And yeah, so there should be someone coming by to get all this evidence.
I would imagine so. All right, thank you very much, Liz. Keep us up to date with what's happening in that neighborhood.
It's an evidence field that they're going to have to go through to piece everything together. We want to let you know, if you are just tuning in, we're going to be with you till 8 o'clock covering the now aftermath of this horrific plane crash on I-75 today. And we have some pictures and some video that we want to show you some of this. Here's after the fire was put out. And we heard somebody, just one of the experts, or one of the pilots, I believe, at Naples Airport talking about, the rear of the plane was clearly in better shape than the front of the plane. We can see that here, and he's speculating that we know 3 people survived on that plane. They might have been in the back of that plane.
Yeah, the other thing we want to tell you is the NTSB is going to be investigating here. This is why this is the remains of this plane. This is going to be here until the NTSB gets a good look at it, decides they can clear the scene, and then they will move all of the remains from this plane all the parts in the other part of the neighborhood, everything to a more secure location so they can try to piece together exactly what happened here. You've heard about all the different pilots, the experts on aviation who've just been kind of just boggled by how this could possibly happen in which presumably great weather, so the conditions for flying were good. But they also have to look at the pilot. They also have to look at the engines and the equipment, the plane itself, to see what caused two jet engines to just go out when presumably there's fuel on board.
The weather's not an issue. There's no reason. Maybe a bird strike. That's the one variable out there that we don't know about yet. All right, we want to show you some video here of watch the plane, and it's going to go out of frame for a minute, then it'll come back. But this will be one of the clues for sure that investigators will want to figure out, because you can see the fire burning, and this is taken from somebody in their car coming up on it, and you can see all the black smoke and the fire burning hot. Something happens there. It goes out of frame for a second. Now they're going to get out of the car, and they're going to get back into frame there. Now watch. There. That explosion. We've seen this from a couple of different angles. We talked to somebody earlier who heard 2 pops, so perhaps there was a second one like this. But part of the potential causes we've heard from pilots and experts on this all afternoon is could have run out of fuel. And this is not inconsistent with that, but they'll be looking at, trying to calculate backwards how much fuel was on that plane when all of this happened, and then of course it all burns off.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have a look at FlightAware. Now watch as the plane is coming down from Ohio. We know it started in Columbus, Ohio. It's coming straight down and it enters Florida right there. Then it's over the Gulf of Mexico. Now, we heard from pilots earlier, they changed the approach into the Naples airport. So earlier in the day, they were approaching from the Gulf of Mexico into the airport, and then they switched runways later in the day, and you would approach from coming east to west to land at the airport. So that's why you see that turn going over the land, but then you see the flight end just about 3 miles short of the Naples airport. That's not very far. We heard the one jet service said that they heard the 5-mile call out and everything seemed fine. It wasn't until right before they got to the Naples airport, less than 3 miles out, when they declared that mayday, that emergency, and said they weren't going to make it.
And we have a different view of this that maybe we can pull up and show in a minute that's really close up on the last few minutes of the flight, and you can see it make that approach that we can see clearly here, and then kind of a loop back in the other direction as though something is clearly not right. And again, consistent with what we were hearing about right there.
Right.
A last-minute problem. And there's obviously a lot to learn there. We're also listening to the air traffic control talk back and forth as this was happening, something that investigators will listen to for clues as well. Let's listen to some of that.
Western 574, runway 23, turn right heading 270, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile final, Challenger jet.
Western 574. Okay, Challenger Hopper-Jet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Whoever's got the emergency, clear to land, runway 23, is that Hopper-Jet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
That's the pilot. Astoundingly calm.
That's right.
And by all accounts, that what we can tell so far, saved lives somehow.
We don't know about his experience level, but we presume, because we know that that charter company has been around for a while, we know that this is not a beginner's plane that he was flying, so we presume he has some level of experience here. We'll learn more in the coming days too about that as well from the NTSB. But yeah, very, very calm, declared his emergency and was doing what he could to avoid people on the ground because he knew he wasn't going to make it to the Naples airport.
And then that's where the investigation will really have to pick up to determine exactly, literally second by second, what happened as the plane came down, where it came down, what direction it was headed, what happened next, and then hopefully they can figure out the cause.
Now, we heard from so many people too. Let's watch this, because look at the helicopter, that sheriff's office helicopter on scene right away. Now, this plane declared an emergency. We presume the helicopter came from the airport, which was 3 miles away. They came immediately there. They were there so quickly. So many witnesses said they just couldn't believe their eyes that the helicopter was there so fast. And the fire crews and the emergency crews directly behind them, they dispatched and they were there so quickly to put out the flames and to get to anybody who was hurt and to rescue them. We did see some video from some of the witnesses who were on the scene, or people who were in their cars, the ambulances that were there helping injured people right away. And look at that, the flames and the smoke is just incredible. And the airport, the Naples airport, dispatched their fire team with their airplane jet fuel suppression unit so they could get that fire out and do it in the most safe manner that they could possibly do it. It's just astounding.
A real testament to all of the training and planning that these folks go through, and the thought that goes into being able to respond to an emergency like this so that a helicopter can get there, is in position to get there within a couple of minutes, and that the first responders can be right on the scene. It really is a testament to how hard they all work and how much they plan and anticipate and train for things.
Yeah. Now here's what you need to know. The airport, this plane crash is going to completely shut down I-75 between Golden Gate Parkway and Pine Ridge Road, but we don't have to tell you that. We're going to show you that because Wink News reporter Michelle Alvarez has been on the scene there, and she's been watching as they've been diverting traffic and keeping people off of the scene. What are you seeing now, Michelle?
Lois, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, we have been on I-75 off the ramp on Golden Gate Parkway, that's exit 105, and this is as close as we've been able to get to the scene. Now, we haven't been able to see the actual plane. Of course, viewers have been able to see that through videos and eyewitness accounts, but from where we're standing, we've just been witnessing a lot of traffic. Now, several hours ago when we first got here, it took a while to get here. Traffic was backed up, a lot of lanes were closed, a lot of roads were closed, and cars were moving very slowly. But since then, of course, traffic is moving a lot smoother. But still behind me, that ramp is still closed where cars would be getting off I-75 here on Golden Gate Parkway. And you can still see law enforcement vehicles behind me. Some of them have been coming out that responded to that scene after this aircraft crash, which we know happened just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, as I mentioned, we've been here for hours just seeing how things are developing, how they're looking. A lot of traffic earlier. You can't see any vehicles coming out of here. Just moments ago, we saw fire trucks and other law enforcement vehicles, sheriff's deputies, but they've been located right here where you can see, blocking things off, making sure no cars are going this way. And we do know that the FAA had a large section of I-75 closed earlier in order to investigate this crash, which we now know has 2 fatalities. And the closure is expected to last for an extended period of time. The Collier County Sheriff's Office, along with FHP, are assisting with traffic as well as security of the scene, and they're also working with the FAA to determine when some of these lanes can be reopened to traffic in the affected area. Now, a lot of people are being asked to use alternate routes because the FAA also mentioned that these lanes may be closed for the next 24 hours. So if you're driving in the area, it's better off that you use alternate routes and seek other roads to use and not use this ramp on Golden Gate Parkway, exit 105. Now, we do know this crash. There were 2 confirmed deaths, meaning 3 people made it out alive. There were 5 people on that aircraft, and we will be sure to update you with more details, especially tomorrow when investigators get to the scene and try to figure how this happened and what exactly happened. Now, for now, I'm live in Collier County. Michelle Alvarez, Wink News.
Okay, Michelle, while you were speaking, we just learned some good news about I-75, so you're going to hear it from us as well. The northbound lanes of I-75 reopened just about 5 minutes ago. FHP just releasing they're going to open the northbound lanes. However, the southbound lanes will remain closed for an extended period of time. That's the lanes where the plane is on the side of the road. So,
and as you're making your plans for the weekend, don't just think of that as a local problem right at the crash site. They're forcing you off the road at Immokalee Road right now, which really means if you're coming south from Lee County, once you get across the Collier County line, I-75 is not usable southbound. So you'll want to look for alternate routes. And they're warning you the alternate routes will be a mess and asking you to stay away if you can. So.
They're also warning you if you do use northbound I-75, don't stop. You cannot stop. You need to continue to do safety measures. You're not allowed to do that. Don't what are they called? Don't looky-loo.
No pictures, no videos.
They don't want you doing that.
Right.
So they're still asking you if you don't have to be in that area,
Yeah.
do not be in that area. But we just learned the northbound lanes are going to be opening in that area. Southbound will remain closed.
Yeah, we know, well, obviously they can't do a lot of investigating tonight. We know there's at least one investigator here, more coming tomorrow, but they really will be getting started in the morning, and they have, as we've seen the debris, a very, very long process ahead of them of putting
Right.
all this together.
Let's take you back to I-75 earlier today. As you see, right after the crash occurred, and you see people running across the interstate there. I'm sure it was just such a chaotic scene. People just could not believe their eyes. Probably, you know, others were trying to get away from those burning flames, but I'm sure the shock of it all was just so much for these people. If they had their cars affected by it and they had to get out of that area, they had no choice but to run across the interstate to get away from it.
Yeah, we have this next view coming in from another plane of the plane crash. Not long after it happened, as we can tell by the thick black smoke. And this shot, though, a wide shot, it gives you kind of a perspective on where on I-75 it was and how much that smoke enveloped the area right in front of it on your screen up top left. And that went on for quite a while.
Yeah. We also have some new photos right now of the truck that was hit by that plane. This is the one where people were so worried about this passenger in this car. And we've learned from people on the scene, they say that that driver is alive. He was taken by ambulance or taken by emergency EMTs to be looked at, but that is, when you look at how damaged that vehicle is and what he must have experienced, being hit by the wing of a plane
right.
and just knocked into the middle of the median, I can't imagine what the anxiety he was going through.
Yeah, and we, again, don't know a lot about how he's doing, but we certainly hope for the best, and what a story that he'll have to tell if he's in fact able to tell it. And this also reminds me of the woman we talked to just a few minutes ago, Peggy, who was telling the story about getting hit by the wing kind of from behind. The plane came up behind them as they were driving, landed from Boston, got a rental car, headed to Marco Island on vacation.
Fortunately, her daughter told her to brace for impact so she was prepared to get into emergency mode, and that's what you're looking at right there. You see those two women walking on the side of the road? They were in the car. It was Peggy, her sister, and her daughter were all in that vehicle. They had just picked up that rental car. You can see the window in the back is blown out. It was hit by that plane, and she managed to keep it on the road. She said she felt like they almost flipped, but they didn't. She was able to stabilize it and get to the side of the road and get out of that car, and emergency crews came up to them quickly after.
Thankfully, they're all okay.
Yeah, they're okay. They can go on with their vacation, but boy, do they have a story that they will never forget.
I hope they can relax a little bit on this vacation
and
kind of put this behind them as much as possible. But what a story we have today. Let's see what we have next to show here. Oh, we're starting to see the really close up of the damage here from the ground. All the foam, we've heard, the firefighters coming from the airport with the foam trucks to be able to put the fire out because it is a petroleum-based fire. So they need to use that, and we can see some of what's left, and it just kind of reminds you what an awesome task the investigators have in front of them, because they have to make sense out of all of this, and then they have to have it tell them a story and figure out what actually happened.
And it's really hard to tell from that aftermath photo, but that's a Bombardier CL600, a Challenger 600, owned by a Fort Lauderdale air charter jet company, HapaJet, flying from Columbus, Ohio, trying to make a landing at the Naples airport, about 3 miles short of the Naples airport, when they had to call an emergency, had lost both engines, and they told the airport, even though the airport said you're clear to land where on any runway you want to, they said, yeah, we're not going to make it, and put it down on I-75 instead. Unfortunately, as we heard from the person on I-75 who called into Trey Radle's show earlier tonight, he thought, boy, this guy's going to make it.
Yeah.
Like, it was such a skilled attempt with no engines to try to control that plane, but it didn't work out in the end.
And the size and scope of this thing is compared to some of the smaller prop planes that you see pull that off sometimes.
Right.
I mean, he had barely enough room to work with, even if everything had gone perfectly. All right, let's look at some of the other stuff that we have here from folks sharing this with us on Facebook who are driving by and can see the moments just after impact and the fire and the black smoke and how far ranging it was. And hold this a second, because on the left here you can see the parts of the wall that might really jump out of you with the black marks, but look to the right of your screen and you'll see that area where the fence is gone, and it's fully black in one part, but it's just gone, because that is, as we're hearing from people who look at this with a better trained eye than we have, was probably where it hit. So, and then the fuel and the burning kind of created that black, and the spinning of the plane perhaps, that black area on the fence to the left side of your screen on the part of the fence that's still up there and intact.
And we have another interview we want to play for you. There have been a lot of people who have a lot of different experience with analyzing crash things and seeing what they saw. So let's play that for you.
There was a huge explosion at first, and then the flame.
Major, are you from this area, and have you ever seen anything like this?
I'm not. I'm a pilot for 40 years in the Army, but I'm from Cape Coral. I live in Cape Coral.
But you're a pilot.
Yes.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No. I've seen crashes, but not where I actually witnessed that impact and explosion.
Wow.
We've heard that a lot from pilots today, former pilots, people with experience who are currently flying, just how rare this is, how shocked they are to see something like this.
Yeah, so some of the things that we can tell you for sure, there's very few. One of them is that. This does not happen often.
Right.
And the other apparently is how much effort this pilot at the last minute put into saving lives.
Yeah.
And the rest we're going to have to fill in.
Right. That plane, that's a 10-seater plane. It's a very large plane, private jet, and there were 5 people on board. 3 were able to get out. We've learned that from local authorities, and 2 perished in this plane crash and fire. In all accounts, all of the people on the roadways, the pilots who are looking at this are just amazed at how well this pilot handled this, considering he had lost both engines. And he knew he wasn't going to make it, but there are some pilots who were speculating he was trying to get over that fence, just trying to make it onto the other side. If he got onto the golf course, he would have even fewer people to worry about. And as it is, the reason everyone is praising him for his skill is because there were cars that were hit, but very few.
Yes.
It's just amazing on I-75 at that time of day, although Peggy Galvin, who was driving, said there was pretty heavy traffic, and then all of a sudden it kind of cleared. So if the pilot was able to
find a spot,
control it that way and just get to where he saw the fewest amount of cars, that is really quite amazing.
And on the other side of that fence, too, there are houses around the golf course, so he would have had to have known he could clear the houses to get to the golf course, because that's a whole nother layer of potential people.
That's true.
Wink News anchor Russ McCaskey has been making his way to the crash scene or near it. Russ, I'm not sure exactly where you are, but I can tell you just got there. Tell us what you see. Where are you?
Yeah, we're at Golden Gate Parkway. The crash site is about a quarter of a mile up the road here. We're going to keep an eye on this for you all evening. We're going to have live coverage for you coming up tonight on the Night Beat at 10 and 11. We just saw several trucks go by, pulling generators, pulling those big lights, so they're going to put even more lights out there so that they can make sure that they keep everything intact. They don't want anything moved, obviously, until investigators can get here and take a good look at it. Again, live coverage tonight at 10 and 11 on the Night Beat. Chris and Lois.
All right, nice to see those cars going by, though. So just to bring you all up to date, if you're just joining us or you missed this announcement, they opened up the northbound lanes of I-75, but the southbound lanes will remain closed. You can expect them to remain closed overnight and into tomorrow while the NTSB investigates this crash.
Yep, we're going to work on more details for you for the news at 10 and 11 tonight, but the bottom line right now is we had a dual-engine jet crash on I-75 this afternoon, burst into flames, as you see here. 2 people died, we think, on the plane, but we're not 100% sure. 3, though, survived that and walked off of that, or got off of that plane somehow. And there's just so many questions, and we're going to do our best to answer as many of them as we can for you on the Wink News Night Beat tonight at 10 and 11. See you later.